think it's live streaming, and I have the background.
Is that all of us? Oh.
Hello, everyone. We want to get started here. Hello, everyone. Apologies. We really do want to get started here. We're late. Apologies to everyone for starting late, and so we'll do our best to be on schedule and get ahead. And also, I have discovered that you have to hold your finger while you speak on these microphones. So everybody will have to adjust to that. So I'm going to call the public meeting to order. Welcome to the October 17th, 2024 retreat for the Board of Forestry. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, I will perform a roll call, but remind everyone this public meeting will serve as a planning retreat and no formal decisions will be made. Additionally, no public comment will be available. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube, so to make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll offer some best practices. Please silence your cell phones, and if you can, limit background noises. For those joining us remotely, feel free to mute and disable your video should you need to step away. If anyone experiences technical issues during the meeting, use the chat function on Zoom or speak up during the retreat, and our ODF hosts will do their best to find a solution. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track our commentary. Recognizing some of our guests are in person and others online, we will do our best to honor breaks and announce our times when reconvening or adjourning the retreat. Instead of the traditional roll call process, I would like everyone seated around the tables to announce their name and position for the record. Then we will call on those participating virtually to introduce themselves in the same manner as well. After introductions, we will open the meeting for morning comments. So with that, we can go around the room and introduce ourselves. Hey, I think some of these microphones are just plain not working.
Brenda McComb, board member.
Is there something we can do so we don't?
Donna Silverberg, DS Consulting. I'm here to work with the board today.
Liz Ekpawa, board member. Dawn, go ahead and introduce yourself. Go.
Good morning, Don Everingham, ODF Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Good morning, everybody. Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations.
Good morning, Cal Mukamoto, State Forester.
Good morning, James Short, ODF.
Joy Krosek, ODF Public Affairs Director.
Good morning, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Good morning, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief, Oregon Department of Forestry.
Bob Van Dyke, Board of Forestry member.
Good morning, Ben Doimling, Board of Forestry member.
Good morning, Joe Justice, Board of Forestry member.
Heath Curtis, Board of Forestry, member.
Okay, do we have anyone online who needs to introduce himself? Okay, not hearing any, we will move to opening comments. I've got some opening comments, and if any other board members have opening comments, and then we'll do that, and then after that, we will move on to Cal's opening comments. So,
Well, you'll be hearing from me later on, but yeah, I wanted to just extend my thanks and gratitude to the Northeast team for the great tour yesterday and the great discussion we had last night at the what do you call it, the social. And I also want to say that I think we got a good lineup today. I think it'll give you kind of a good discussion on board process, planning efforts, climate change, and again, we'll be talking about the fire season. I'll give you a little briefing where I see the agency today. So thank you for all coming to Pendleton. This has been a great experience to be back in Pendleton. Thank you, Chairman.
great. Echo all of that. Further, a few weeks ago, I posted an apology for my actions at our September meeting. I would like to repeat that now. At the beginning of the board meeting on September 4th, I initiated a conversation about a trip board member Bob Van Dyke had made earlier in the summer to Northwest Oregon. But my words came out sounding like a personal attack and criticism of Bob. I was wrong and it was inappropriate. I very much regret the incident, and I want to apologize to Bob, to the rest of the board, and to the public who witnessed what transpired. It was inexcusable, and I broke my own rule of no surprises. That said, why did it happen and what will I do differently in the future? I let multiple frustrations build over several months. I should have dealt with them beforehand and privately. Second, I arrived at that meeting tired and suffering jet lag. I need to better recognize my own limitations and never again try to run a 2-day public meeting when I'm not fully rested and prepared. I also recognize that mistakes like this can offer opportunities for honest and transparent discussions that can lead to process and transparency improvements in the way our Board of Forestry conducts our business going forward. To that end, I am supportive of our discussions involving the entire board so we can establish agreed-upon expectations for board members' roles and responsibilities, as well as expectations for how I can better chair meetings that encourage open and full participation by all our members and the public. Finally, I want to say a few words about our fire season. First and foremost, I do want, also personally want to thank ODF for an amazing job battling the worst fire season we have ever faced. They have been dogged and determined. They have been successful. And they have, through much of the summer, been exhausted, and then really exhausted all over again, and then again. Despite all that, they maintained a safety record that is far better than anyone could have expected. ODF's heroic efforts and achievements is what the media should be talking about today. Where I live in Kimberly, we experience rangeland fires in every direction, north, south, east, and west. Fires that came in within 15 miles of our home and ranch consumed over 600,000 acres. We've had multiple huge fire camps near us pretty much all summer. Witnessing firsthand all those efforts and all the logistics involved is incredible. I also now know what an air quality index of 1,500 means. It means get out of there. But with climate change, I also know that if we have a wet spring again next year, those same acres could burn all over again in 2025. If there was ever a need for some policy discussions, it's going to be, I think, in now and over the next year or two. Okay. Any other board, anybody else got any opening comments? Yes, Joe Justice.
Yeah, Joe Justice for record. I just wanted to, again, thank the districts for the work on the tour yesterday on NEO and the COD on that. That was fantastic. But I just wanted to point out last night at the social, the budget committee members that spoke. And I just want to say thank you for them to come forward. Matt, for asking them to come and speak. I'm pretty plugged into the difficult work that those budget committees, continue to do in the face of very, very difficult decisions and costs to landowners. And I would just challenge them to stay engaged. That's what I continue to say to them. Stay engaged, stay part of the process. And by bringing them here last night and giving them a forum by which to speak to the board is incredibly valuable, and they really spoke from the heart. And I hope y'all took from what they said to heart. This is very, very important. They believe deeply in the work that ODF does. I know that personally. And I believe they're fully committed to finding solutions for fire funding. Thanks.
Any other board members with opening thoughts and comments? Okay, not seeing any, I will turn it over to Cal.
Let's see, I think what we're gonna do now, Jim, is have Donna Silverberg.
That was my understanding, and you were going to introduce her.
Okay, well, good. I'm introducing. All right. Hi, Donna. I think a lot of you have talked to Donna on the board. She was brought in to look at our board processes and kind of find out how we can foster better relationships, communication among the board members. And I think you have completed that work. And I think she's going to take us through today a little bit about planning, agenda planning, and some of that stuff. And you'll talk a little bit of some of your observations, right, Donna? Now, Donna comes with, when we first talked, I didn't realize how qualified she was. She has done a lot of this type of work. She's not a newbie to this stuff. Worked in Governor Kitzauer's office, right? I mean, am I right? Okay. And you know, after dealing with the governors, I've had two now, and I'm also dealing with governors as a commissioner and so on and so forth. That's a hard job, because, you know, no matter where you swim in the ocean out there, you can get bit, right? So,
Gonna get bit.
Yeah, and you get bit. So without any further ado, I'll just have Donna start her presentation. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Thank you, board members and everybody that is here today. My name is Donna Silverberg, and my hope today in talking to everybody on the phone, or nearly everybody, Liz and I have a date, to understand where things are at, and recognizing that this is a relatively new board. You have a relatively new director. These are relatively new times for the work that you're doing. I think having been on the tour yesterday to realize the magnitude of the work that your staff is doing, the work that your landowners are doing, and the work that you all are doing as an oversight board for all of that and policymaking board for all of that. I think it was rather sobering, and I hope it was something for all of you that in that tour together, realizing that the work you all do together is important in not only in doing it here in the public setting, but also doing it in a way that is conducive to public and staff, feeling as though you all are working together towards the same goals, that you're working in a way that is conducive to people speaking to you and working with you, not just as board members, but other people outside of your circle, if you will, feeling as though they can talk to people whenever they need to. And that goes to Cal, that goes to Jim, that goes to all of you all. So I think that in the conversations I had with each of you, there have been some awkward moments. There's been some stumbling as you get going. That's normal. I just really want to normalize that. I have been working with lots of boards and commissions, a lot of elected officials, both public and otherwise. And it is really normal at the start of a new group for it to be a group and not a team. And what I heard from each of you is that you are of a mind of making this board a team that is successful at doing your job well so that the staff, landowners, everyone else can do the jobs that they need to do. So my hope today, time is compressed a little bit more than maybe we had thought at the start. I don't want this conversation to be one that truncates the other things that are coming later. So I think what I want to do today is at least get started with the conversation. And in retreat setting, you can't come to any agreements anyway. That's an inappropriate use of time in a retreat. And I think that your lawyers would probably spank us all if we even tried to get there. But I do think that we could start to have a conversation about what does this group need. What does this group want in order to thrive as a group, to form as a successful team as a Board of Forestry? I know that you represent different interests on this board. That's why you were brought on and nominated to be here, and appointed to be here, not just nominated. So I think that one of the things I heard from you all is that you have different approaches, you have different styles, and many of the ideas that I heard you sharing with me individually makes me believe that conversation with each other about what are the protocols, if you will, for the work that you do together. I know you've had advice from different people, from HR, from lawyers, from others, about what is appropriate for conversation amongst yourselves. When does the conversation turn to serial communications? When is it appropriate for you to talk to and whom at the department? And so I thought starting a conversation about what's going to help you be effective together as a board will be a good start. We can then move towards creating some, I know you have your board policy manual, so this would be something that might support that. And I've got an example here of some discussion protocols that I've used with a number of other groups. And I'd like to just pass those around to board and folks at the table. If there are more, we can pass them out to the public as well. So let me just get
You said that we all represent different groups. By statute, we all are here to represent the people of Oregon. We all have different backgrounds. I think that's probably what you meant to say.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Place button speaker, isn't it? Here, I thought being in the front of the room would be useful for my. I think what I really meant is that you represent different approaches to the way you do your work, right? That was what I heard from everybody, is that you all have different styles, you all have different ways that you want to be in a public meeting and in public service. And I felt that you hearing from each other about that would be very useful. Yesterday, at the end of the day, I handed out to board members a little bit more on the agenda. It says what the purpose of this is, for them to have a conversation about how they're going to do their work together. And I wanted people to be thinking about what was the best team or group that you've ever been a part of, and what were some of the attributes of that. Now, the lighting in here is not as perfect as I would want. I can't even see Heath's eyes. I mean, I can see her looking my way, but I cannot tell or read anything. I see a smile on Joe and Ben and now Bob, but it is very difficult to see you, which is not perfect for the kind of conversation I was hoping you're going to have right now. What I would like to do is, so the questions that I've asked them to think about, to prepare is, what are the attributes that led to your team's success? What behaviors supported the team's efforts and results, both when you were together and apart? And what I'd like to do is just go around and ask each of you, if you haven't done it yet, write a couple notes down, because I'm going to ask you to share with me one of those attributes. And this is just going to be for the board members, so staff, don't worry, you didn't see this piece of paper, I'm not including you in this. If you want to have this fun conversation some other time, we can do that in another place. This really is for the board members themselves. So, yeah, thank you, Emily. Yeah, it's okay. So I've got, in case you need to see this, I'll Can you hear me now? Is this okay? All right. So, attributes of successful teams that, you know, a team that you really felt was like the best team you've ever been a part of. Can be a work team, can be a family team, can be a hobby team, a play team, sports type thing. So, what are some of those attributes? And where this is heading isn't just for fun, right? What I have found is that when groups can tell each other what the attributes are of the best group they've ever been on, it raises the possibility that when you're all working together, you might be able to do those things to support each other on the board, okay? You're also probably going to find that the list gets exhausted pretty quickly in terms of those attributes, because the attributes that make the best team tend to be very similar, but they are different with the components of people here. So the discussion protocols that I passed out a minute ago, those are things that we found can be very helpful for any setting. But for this particular group, what is it that you need to say about what it is that will help you individually be successful in this setting? So then combined, where we will go next with this, is we will combine those attributes into a set of ideas that will help you aspire in each of your meetings to be better when you're together, okay? And when you're apart, because it's, for your work that you do, it's not just here in the room, it's also in between meetings, the work that you're doing with each other, okay? So I'm gonna start with Heath. If you can give me an attribute, I'm gonna go just to each board, just one at a time, okay?
All right, this may be a little self-serving, but one attribute of an effective team is to start with the presumption that other people are speaking and acting in good faith. I think that in the modern zeitgeist of kind of, you know, microaggressions and, you know, identifying people who may speak out of place or out of turn, I would only ask for some grace. And I think if we can extend grace to one another and start at least from a presumption that they're acting in good faith, then it can lead to more productive conversations. It's rare that people are acting or speaking with malintent.
Wonderful, okay. Thank you very much. Joe?
Yeah, I would say just relationships, that we know one another, we care about one another, and we, you know, care about what one another believes and thinks. So it's really knowing one another. The strong teams that I've been a part of, really strong teams, have that kind of deep understanding of one another, have strong relationships with one another, and care about one another.
Okay, great. I'm trying to shorten some of the things that you're saying to get on here. So relationships are caring and knowing, with that aspect of, you know, making the attempt to try and know each other, right? Good. Thank you, Joe. Ben?
So I would put a stake in the outcome.
Okay.
And I think that's, you know, it depends on the kind of team, you know, in a work environment, maybe that's a financial stake, but I think it can be an emotional stake, an ideological stake. You care, we all, the members of a good team are all going to be, going to have some sort of stake in that outcome. Okay. And I think how we define that, I think, is important and varied.
Okay, so I put stake in the outcome, emotional and substantive, topic-based. Okay, good. And we'll find more of that out as you go along, as you create your relationships, right? Bob?
I guess I'd like to first say that I endorse some of those things, which I think is what you would expect, Donna. There.
I'm glad that you do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think what I would add to it is the best groups are most effective had a clarity of purpose and timelines, so that there were things we were there to get done, and everybody knew what they were and when they needed to be done, and you know, that helped focus the work and make people economize on time and spend time on things that needed to be spent on because there were deadlines
Great.
or goals to be met.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clarity of purpose and timelines and focus. Okay, good. And now we pop over here to Liz.
It's enough trust built to be both candid and respectful.
Okay. Okay, trust, I said 4, but trust that supports candidness and respect. Okay, good. And Jim?
I'll say diverse, not in the sense of DEI, but groups that have people with really different backgrounds, different political perspectives, different ages, including every other form of, diversity, so that we have, built into that group an ability to, to challenge each other and see and be able to, build respect for people that are coming from very different places.
Okay. All right. Now. Can I? We'll start here. Until you tell me. All right, Brenda, let's start a new page.
Come to meetings prepared to contribute and to listen.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. Heath, what else you got? Anything that's not up here yet?
I didn't know it. Nope. Looks good. How about you, Joe?
Joe, how about you?
I think it's a pretty all-inclusive list.
So far, so
yeah,
good?
yeah.
Okay. If there's something else, let me know. Ben, what do you got?
It's probably on here somewhere, but I would, I think, I would echo all of these, but I think a deep understanding of where the rest of the team members are coming from, their backgrounds, their purpose for being there. I don't quite see that on the list yet, and I think that's important.
Okay.
I'm not entirely certain about the question. I mean, like, effective or successful in what capacity? I mean, there are other things I could name, like, well, I guess to the topic of the day, like a clear vision of the work that needs to be done and on what timeline, there's lots of that kind of stuff, but I don't know if you want to go there.
No, I'm going to put that on here. Clear vision. And we've got the timeline already, right? So.
Yeah,
That
I guess
is the
clarity
certain-
of purpose does it. That's pretty good, too.
Does that work? Okay. All right.
I would add one.
Okay, good. See?
I said this yesterday, I think, situational awareness. We are all in the know on important topics.
Okay. So these are shared things, right? So shared situational awareness, right? Okay, good. And I got Ben, and I'm moving over to Bob.
I would add clarity on the rules of the road, sort of what are the processes that the group is to follow? What are the rules, if you will, about how to engage and how not to engage? And
Okay.
I find that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. Clear process rules, wonderful. That's part of what we're hoping to do here is the rules you're going to develop with each other, rules, protocols. We have found that we used to use ground rules in settings like this. We've found there's lots of research that supports that ground rules are actually not very effective, that it chills people. But if we can come up with aspirational shared norms that you all agree to, that's going to you're going to raise your success, raise the work that you're doing to a very different level than ground rules where we're just saying, no, you're wrong, right? You're breaking the rules. So, Liz, please,
So
what else
Donna,
we got?
I already talked about trust, but time and space to creatively look for new solutions in problem solving.
Great. Okay, Jim.
I'll name one that, is particularly challenging for us, which is an ability to have open, frank, honest conversations.
Open, frank, honest conversations. Right, and in this setting, some of those you might need to find time to do that one-on-one, right? To have those open, frank conversations. Just because of the public nature of all of this, having an open, frank conversation in this kind of a setting may turn into something different when you read it in the newspaper tomorrow. It has been my experience as a public policy mediator and facilitator. Sometimes I'll read an article and say, that was not the meeting that I facilitated yesterday. So it does add particular challenges for all of you to be thinking creatively about. Good. Brenda.
And to expand on Jim's point, to challenge the ideas of others, but be prepared to have your ideas challenged as well.
Great. All right, really good. This is great. How many have more to add to this?
I would add one more as I kind of reflect on this. Groups that have been highly effective, strong leadership. You know, the leadership within the group has been, I've found, when we have strong leadership in a group, that helps that group to be effective. Maybe I'm missing the point here, or missing what I'm.
You muted it. Tap the bottom. There you go.
All right, strong leadership. Can you say more about that? What do you look for in a strong leader? Because I think that may be something to play with just a little bit here.
Well, I think the leader needs to help facilitate the discussion, helps to, I don't know, often put sideboards on it, create focus, stay on task. There's a number of, good good leadership provides that kind of direction, I guess.
Okay.
That steering of the ship, if you will.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to add to the leadership component that worked well for you and would work best for you in this setting? Liz, did you want to add something to that?
Well, I think I might. I think we're all leaders, and one of my next thing was going to be that we're all here, through the grace of governance and the governor, and that whether we're chair or an esquire or a doctor, we bring legitimate, value to the team, no matter how we're described, and that we all recognize that. We're all leaders.
I'd like to comment on that too, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, the board is governed according to administrative rule by Robert's Rules of Order, and I think those would be helpful for everybody to review if you have not. They've got quite a bit to say in there about, obviously we have a chair and what the role of the chair is. And what the rules really say fundamentally is that all the board members are equal, and what rules the board is for, in this case, a simple majority governs the board. So to my mind, I think you'll see in there clearly the role of the chair is to be a facilitator and to get all the board members to the place that they're heard so that then a majority can make a decision. And ideally it's by consensus, it's just unanimous consent, and that's a great outcome if you can get it. But if not, the role of the chair is not to be the boss or to somehow be superior to the members. Aside from a couple things, presenting the agenda, certainly, appointing subcommittees, and determining the order in which things are addressed and who speaks. But all of those things can be overturned by a majority of the board.
Okay.
At any time.
So the strong leadership facilitates discussion, helps focus on tasks that need to be discussed, and it provides procedural guidance using Robert's rules or whatever else you all want to do.
Yeah, that's right.
And then that is linked to what Liz had said about everybody's bringing legitimate views and ideas and value to this board. And so part of this is that everybody has the opportunity to be heard. Everybody's heard.
Yeah, it's in.
Ben, sorry.
If I just may follow up, it's just in that, all of that, I think agreeing with Liz is what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
Is in a context of fundamental equality of the members.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, two thoughts. One, Bob, I appreciate your reference to Robert's rules, and I think we would all do ourselves a service by rereading those, or attempting to continue to read that giant book that we were all given. I would add to that the board policy manual, which is a layer on top of Robert's rules that we also follow. Back to the strong leadership, I think I would hope that a leader would help. If we can all agree on this big list that you're writing out, I hope that our leader would be able to help us remind us of all the tenets of that list.
Okay. All right. So I've written this as procedural guidance. Does that work?
Sure.
Kind of, sort of?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to think about how to capture that one, Ben. Thank you. If you think of how I should capture it, tell me. Liz? Jim?
And Brenda had one.
Brenda?
Yeah, I think willingness to accept the outcome, and in an ideal world, a sense of camaraderie at the end of the process.
Is it just accept, or is it accept and support?
So I think there are two levels. The outcome should be, even if you don't agree with it, you should accept the outcome.
Okay.
And then if it is an outcome that everybody can feel good about, which is the ideal circumstance, then there should be a sense of camaraderie at the end of the process. And I think we've actually experienced that in some settings in previous board meetings and subcommittee meetings.
Okay. All right. So good, getting that camaraderie in there, the Robert's rules, guidance, procedural guidance, good. Anything else?
I think I've got one that's somewhat related to what I was talking before, and I'm not sure exactly how to state it, but it's about a group really taking advantage of the individual knowledge and strength that the particular individuals bring, and that a group will use those individual strengths. Obvious example is racing a sailboat. Somebody's the navigator and knows how to do that. Then you got the ones that are really the ones that are great on the winches.
Right. All right, so I'm putting this down. Know and use the skills of teammates, which requires that you have time to know what they are. Right? And I'm just curious, do you know the skills of the other people who are on this board? Some, but not all. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that might be something for further exploration, some way to find out what what do people feel are their skills. What do other people say are their skills, right? That they may be adding to this group, to the collective here.
Donna, I have a
Please.
question for you about that. It's an interesting topic for me. There are different kinds of teams, and
Yes.
my work, we spend a lot of time around each other, like a lot. I spend more time around my work mates than I do my family, genuinely. That's not true of this body, and I would be, in fact, it's maybe the opposite. We spend very little time around each other. I would be interested in some thoughts. This is the first team I've been on like this, certainly associated with a public body. I would be looking for advice about how groups of people who spend very little time together develop these attributes as a team. That strikes me as, I think we're handicapped in that capacity.
Right. You're a little, because you have what, 61 hours? Is that what you had shared with me? It's like,
Yeah, I
you did
don't
the
know. I
math,
haven't
it was
done
like
that,
61
but I think
hours
it's
of-
something like that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Somebody had shared with me that they thought it was 61 hours that you have together in a year, which is not very much.
Yeah, but it also goes back to, those individual conversations. And let's not get too pie in the sky. I came onto this board with no background in forestry. I came on at the same time as Joe. I have often called up Joe and said, I don't understand this, on a forestry issue, and he's helped me. That's just, it's not that, it's pretty basic sometimes. I'm taking advantage of that other team member's knowledge.
Right, and so it might be worth finding a way to capture, right? To maybe even to ask staff, maybe work with somebody, or I can help you do that, to find what are the different skills that you feel like you bring, the different knowledge and experiences that you think will be helpful to the work of this board, and capture those together. That would be useful for the group of you. It might also be really useful for your staff and for the public to know those sorts of things as well. So whatever does get shared, let's remember that it will be a public document, so want to be sure that those are the sorts of things that you want shared in public. But that might be something that will help to truncate this problem that you're talking about. Most boards that I know get together, do you get together monthly or bi-monthly? Quarterly? Quarterly, yeah. Many boards get together monthly, and so that helps a little bit because there's there's more frequency of the time together. So yes, you all are going to have to be creative in figuring out ways to get to know one another.
I only mean to suggest you're asking us for this list as though we know the answers, and I only mean to admit I feel like I don't know the answer. And if there are resources available, or if the state in its observation of other effective boards and bodies that meet a limited amount of time, the attributes of those teams, I would be very open to those. I don't consider myself really good at making a list of what would make this body effective, other than just kind of the pie in the sky stuff that you mentioned.
Great. Good. Thank you, Heath.
Yeah,
Joe.
Heath, I'd offer this kind of comment. Brendan and I and Jim have been on this board 6 years now, and it's interesting, we went through this a number of years ago, how do we communicate? And what resulted in that was socials, like we had last night. So nice. Trying to create space for us to interact in a, unofficial way to learn about one another. We've tried to do that, and like the social last night. That's because of the board that we sat on before with different members. We had the same issue, right? It continues to be a struggle, but we just have to look for and think about how we can create those opportunities that we can, spend time with one another.
And I'm just to remind us all, we did make efforts, including we've changed to this 2-day meeting format. That was all intended to create more opportunity for us to be together and to get to know each other just simply as people and still avoid serial communication.
Good. Okay. Anything else people want to add to this? So, and I have just captured this bit here about create that space to interact, getting to know each other. The socials, the field trips, the 2-day meetings are things that you've already tried to implement and have worked for some of you who've been on here. I know a couple of you are brand new. So, Bob?
I would just offer one thing to think about as I reflected on this helpful prompt that you gave us. Donna, when I thought about like the most effective team I've been on, it actually was a team. Like we're all like a basketball team, or we're a group of conservationists who are all working together toward the same goal, et cetera. But this isn't one of those teams. This is a deliberative body that intentionally has diverse interests, that's going to disagree about things, and is going to deal with controversial topics. And so for those kind of teams, I feel like that's where Robert's rules come in. That's what those are for. They're for deliberative bodies that are going to disagree and not always see that purposes are the same and want different things. And so that creates a process that lets that kind of a body function in a way that's been found to be successful. So I just offer that up. There are some kinds of aspirations we may not be able to reach because we're inherently dealing with divisive matters, and so there may be disagreements, et cetera. You can always seek that goodwill and camaraderie as you do that, but it's different from being on a basketball team together, sure. Which it may be very different.
Yeah, and my observation of basketball teams is that they can get quite elbowy, right? So, there's room in every kind of team that we're on where people are going to be disagreeing about how, you're hogging the ball all the time. So I want it. So I'm going to, even though I'm your teammate, I may want to do that. So I think one of the things to name here is when you do disagree, what does that look like, right? Do you have to go after each other with all knives and forks out? Or is there a way that you can approach this, even under Robert's rules, right? Robert's rules does allow for you to take different approaches in different conversations and then come back to the Roberts rules, right? So you may say, this is a foundational, this is a conversation that is most important to us. We want to try and see if we can reach consensus first, and then we'll call for Roberts rules, right? It does mean that everybody has to be mindful of timing. It needs the chair to be saying, this is one of those things I think we all need to work really collaboratively on and figure out a way, just as your staff were talking about yesterday on the tour, of the way that they've been working with the feds, with the landowners, to really come after some of these hot issues that they've been dealing with, literally hot issues, life-threatening issues. You all are going to be coming with some hot issues as well. And so what is that? What do you want that to look like? Jim?
You know, I mean, I think we all agree about Robert Rules of Orders, but I really, this board had the reputation as the most dysfunctional board in the state of Oregon, and it had that reputation for a long time. And I felt that you know, and when I came on, we had no onboarding. The people that were in charge were really kind of approached the world as technocrats, and there was no attempt at relationship building. And I rejected that, you know, and as I became board chair, I felt that we have to make efforts that go, you know, beyond just accepting the fact that because we come from different places with different points of view, that we have to be dysfunctional and just follow the rules and have our knives out at all times. And you know, I still feel very, very strongly that what we can do to build personal relationships, particularly because we, you know, by the structure of the board, are going to have, you know, very different lived experiences and different worldviews. But you know, one of the ways I feel that we break that down is just getting to know each other as people.
Okay. And I just want to note that in the use of Robert's rules doesn't necessarily mean it's dysfunctional. It can actually raise some groups to really high-functioning conversation. So I want to separate those two from each other and help you all figure out how do you be most functional using Robert's rules, using you know, some of the ideas and techniques that we found in working in collaborative groups, especially in the natural resource area, can be very useful. And some of those things we'll be sharing after today. Brenda.
Yeah, just to reflect on this, I'm not opposed at all to using Robert's rules, and there's a place for it, but I'm not sure that that's going to lead to discussions that really get to the heart of the matter. Sometimes things are parsed out so much using Robert's rules approaches that we don't have some of the discussions that we need. And for me, at least, back and forth, listening to others, trying to understand others is a key part of being successful as a group. And I'd hate to see us be so structured that we lose that opportunity.
Donna, if I may.
So for the disagreements, I'm just going to put on here a seek to understand is what I'm hearing you say. So I think, you know, teasing out this disagreement part and how you deal with that can help with your functionality. Heath.
Honestly, I feel like it might be good to have a refresher on Robert's rules. I have been a part of great deliberative bodies that have used effectively pretty good parliamentary procedure, and I don't know, harken back to my FFA Parley Pro days. You can have real conversations there, Brenda. I think it's kind of in how the chair administers those rules, and I agree with your sentiment entirely. But I do think that observing a little process can make the sharing of those ideas and opinions somewhat more equitable and ordered.
Okay, good.
Just follow up. Yes, I agree. But it's not only the board chair that needs to be responsible, it's all of us together. So if we are having a conversation and somebody speaks up and says, no, we need to come back to step X in Robert's rules, then that can really kind of deflate the conversation. So I think we all just need to have enough respect for one another to allow the conversations to continue and then follow Robert's rules.
Did you get a copy as part of your onboarding, Robert Rule?
It's a big book. I've got one in my office.
A little one. Anyhow, I think the rest of us, if that got missed, everybody should have that fairly, there is a version that's fairly small that we were all given.
Okay.
Sounds like a few might have missed that, so that's an action item.
All right, so Robert's rules. So I've got for disagreement, seek to understand, be respectful. Joe?
Bob, I wanted to just kind of, I was thinking about what you said about teams, and I didn't point out that the strongest team I ever was a part of was a board, school board during COVID, which was an incredibly controversial time that we dealt with. I mean, that was one of the hardest things I did was deal on a school board, and we were an incredibly effective team. So I would just offer, I hear what you're saying, Bob. We are different, but at the same time, it's a commitment to the team. It's a commitment to, like what Brenda said, we may disagree, but we're going to respect that. That's so important. So I think a team like this, if we all buy into that idea, can be as effective as you must have been a great basketball player or something. Or I know.
The best team I was on had a 6'10" former a college player, so that was our main asset. So, yeah, that was not me.
Yeah,
But you knew whose strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah,
and where they were,
I
right?
guess my perspective is I think it is possible. I guess I've had personal experience with that.
Ben?
Thank you, both Bob and Joe, and I think this is a healthy conversation, and there are very different kinds of teams, and I think this is a unique team, different than a sports team or a work team that I think we may have some more familiarity with. But I think in those differences of opinion and those disagreements and different worldviews that we bring, I think it goes back to one of those bullet points early on of what do we have in common? And I think if we worked on it, we all have some very serious themes in common of why we are on this board. And I think the more we can anchor into those, the more it will help us work through those disagreements where we all very heavily disagree on certain things, or some of us do, I'm sure. But there's a lot of commonality behind all of that.
So, Donna,
And focusing on those commonalities might help you through those disagreements. And, I mean, one of the things that I found in the 30-plus years I've been doing this kind of work is that if people can really listen, if you really seek to understand, right, there's a suggested protocol on the whatever I've got there, the guidance for discussion protocols. Speak as though you're right, but listen as though you might be wrong. And if those are the only two things that people do in some of these conversations, it can really change the way that you approach the conversation. Because you're looking for, where do I see commonalities? Where are the differences? What else do I need to understand about those differences for me to be able to make any kind of decisions, or even concessions is a word I want to use, because you're always negotiating in these settings, right? Liz,
So
please.
Donna, and I think that, and it's just a part of the time that we have in the organization and trying to get through so many things. But I think that because of our limitation of time, we have to be quick to judge information that comes in. And so I don't know if that leads us to really solving complex issues, which land in this Board of Forestry probably more so than so many other boards. And so we have time leads us into that judging piece, and then how do you creatively problem solve with that?
Right. And so figuring out ways for you all to have information in advance might be useful. I know that was one of the things I heard from all of you, is that information in advance about what is expected on a particular agenda item, that the pre-agenda conversations that some of you experienced on your board tenure and others have not yet, that finding out what is going to be on the agenda, what's Kyle going to be talking about, so and maybe even saying, these are going to probably be some questions I have for you to present about, Kyle, when we get to the meeting. That was very helpful, is what I heard from you all, for those of you who had experienced it, in preparing you to come to these meetings to make those quicker judgments in a short time frame. Okay. Heath.
I did want a little clarity from Brenda, about the accepting the outcome issue. I think it's worth a conversation there. I think we all have our own interpretations of what's in the public interest. And it's rare that we vote that this is in the public interest. What we do is we kind of make our case with one another about what we think best maximizes the public interest, and then we vote on the outcome. I am supportive of an understanding as a team that we accept outcomes and that we don't relitigate those outcomes, but it would be hard for me then to whether or not I believe that maximized the public interest. And I would accept the same from you. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, I think accepting the outcome is the basis, the basement bar, if you will, right?
Yes.
So we all should agree that we should accept the outcome, whatever it might be, even if we don't agree with it. Ideally, the outcome would be something that many of us, perhaps all of us in some circumstances, can support and embrace.
Yes, especially if it's a product of some compromise. And I do think that leading to working toward hot decisions in a spirit of compromise can lead to that place where we can all get behind it and say, I think this landed in the best place. Very hot contested decisions at the end likely will not result in that.
Good. Good. All right. Good clarity and all of that. I know we started late and we're running late. I want to see if I can wrap you up soon. I do want to make sure it's really clear, what are the expectations that you have for the chair and for Cal? And if I'm not mistaken, the work that you all are doing, these are your two primary contacts, right? Your role is to go through them when talking to staff. If you want information from staff, it's either Cal, maybe Eleni. I'm not, whoever Cal delegates as the person that you talk to request sorts of things. So what are some of the expectations that you have for each other? And Cal, please feel free to weigh in on this as well. So chair, what expectation do you have for the chair and for Cal? Help you do these things, right? So get the information that is necessary so you can come prepared, right? If come prepared is one of the first things, you got to have information to be prepared. So that's one thing. The rules, following the rules, and being a guide, being a facilitator of the conversation is what I'm hearing people asking of you, Jim. Brenda.
No surprises.
No surprises.
And I think that would be really helpful for all the board members. Not that we get surprises a lot, but when we do, it's a little disconcerting. The other piece I would suggest, and it's going to be really, really difficult, is having regular one-on-one conversations with both Cal and with Jim so that we have a chance to really get to know what they're thinking. And again, it comes back to the no surprises piece.
Okay, no surprises, regular one-to-one. Liz.
I think that's probably both ways, and I probably haven't done this enough, but to let Cal and Jim know if I have something on my mind that I want to bring up, so we don't surprise them, and that they know I'm kind of leaning into this and want you to know when we get to the meeting. I think that would be respectful for them too.
Nice. Okay, good. So a two-way, no surprises, regular one-on-one conversations. Bob, we'll just roll around the other way now.
For me, it gets to the first thing I offered in terms of a well-functioning group, which is a better sense about goals and timing. Like I have no idea what's coming in the January meeting or March meetings. And for me, it'd be helpful to have a sense, just like on a quarter-by-quarter basis, what's coming down the pike that I should be thinking of. And related to that, for me, is I think it would be helpful to have more board input or participation in the agenda process. When I first joined the board, I got a draft agenda, I think was sent to the whole board from Eleni, that was very helpful to me to it was well ahead of time to see what was coming. It had information in it about how much public input the department thought there was going to be on different topics. And so I sent some comments about what was in it to Jim. So that was helpful to me to sort of see, here's what's coming down the pike. And it's also a chance for me as a board member to offer up, here's a topic that I'd like to put on the radar. Maybe there's time for it next time. If not, the next time
Sometime
after
after
would be
that.
helpful.
Okay.
And I just don't have a sense of that now. As I look at some of the documents we've got, like the board policy manual, I think has maybe 5 or 6 addenda to it that don't exist. And so for me, I'm feeling like, when are those going to be developed? Is that next year? Is that the year after? Or like, when are things going to be coming down the pike? So for me, a more of a chance to know what was coming up and to actually have not just me personally, but for the board to have a role in agenda creation
Okay.
would be helpful.
Okay, great. And I do want to just say this on behalf, just having been on the tour yesterday, right? It has been a really, from what a technical facilitator term, frickin' intense summer for these folks. So I know you came on just before the fires started. And so, going back to the grace that I think Heath was talking about, I think now is an opportunity and I think this is a perfect timing retreat to kind of circle around and say, what do we need? How can we enhance what we're doing? And see if we can get some of those things that you're talking about. So thank you for raising that. Ben, anything you want to add to the expectations for the chair and Cal?
Yeah, I mean, I think this answers your question. Maybe it pulls a little bit back. I think each of us come to the boards with a portfolio, a list of, shall we call them pet issues that are important to us personally that we bring to our role on the board. And I think each of us could spend a half an hour holding forth on what we think is really important and that the department and the board should work on in the coming months and years. And I think finding space for that, finding opportunities for the various board members to sort of share those ideas and then collaboratively as a team work together to figure out how to fit those in. Some of them they're on all different levels. And creating that space for those conversations, for each of our sort of, not so much our voices, but our set of ideas to get aired. And there isn't room for all of us to get those on the agenda. I mean, I think we would be bogged down in it wouldn't work. But I think getting them out in the open so that we can all sort of work together to raise the ideas that each of us, of the board members, bring. So it's more of a process, sort of big picture idea, but.
Yeah. I'm starting to think about ways we can help to implement that. Thanks. Joe.
Yeah, I want to add on a little bit to what Brenda said. I think touch points with leadership, Cal and Jim, are really important, and creating space for that is really important. It's also very important is those touch points with Cal's leadership. And those meetings that I have, those monthly meetings I have with Mike's team and Josh's team, I haven't done much with Kyle's team yet, but those are, and I just give you some perspective. I have a day job, and I don't think about this stuff every day, and I guess you got to give me some grace a little bit too, that sometimes, you may forget. I may have heard things, but I don't remember, and I need to be refreshed, and that's just really, really valuable for me as a board member to, sometimes when I have a conversation with Josh or with Mike, maybe we don't have much, there isn't very much to talk about, but a lot of times there is, and those things with leadership, Cal's leadership team is really valuable to me.
Where to go?
If I could just follow up.
Yes, you may. Please.
I completely agree. The meetings that we have with Mike and his team are excellent discussions. We dig in deep to stuff. Those sorts of things really help me prepare coming to a board meeting, knowing where they're coming from and knowing that they've heard my thoughts and whoever else is on the call. So I really want to encourage those sorts of meetings, not only with State Forest, but with other branches as well.
Great. All right, I do want to be respectful of the time and the agenda and other people coming. I think everyone hoped we were going to make some progress on additional items. One thing I would like to do is, I'm going to get something drawn up here. I'm going to ask you, this is a way I can help Cal and Eleni with the agendas. I'm going to ask you to come up and put a mark on a bullseye that I'm going to put up here. The bullseye is how you prefer to learn What's your best way for learning? What's your best approach for learning? Is it seeing things? Is it doing things? Is it discussing things? Is it reading about things? Want to get a sense of what the board is. That will help to prepare them to prepare you better to meet the different needs of people on the board. Each of you have different styles and approaches for that. All of them are right, and everybody can do all four, right? But what is your preferred way? Just to have a sense of what are some of those approaches that you have. I think that in terms of the work plan that we have on this sheet that I passed to you was, so the agendas, how are they going to be developed to support your needs and responsibilities? We're going to be working on that. Cal and I will take this information. Cal and Jim and I will take this information. In terms of the subcommittees, and I think that's going to be important conversation after you hear from staff today, if I'm not mistaken, just looking from what I can glean from your agenda, that might be something to come back to at the end of the day. And then in terms of the 2-year board calendar and what that might look like, Cal and Jim, let me just put the two of you on the spot. Do you have a sense of that right now, of what your 2-year calendar looks like?
Okay, yeah, it's so tied into this whole agenda discussion that I don't think we have nearly enough time to talk about. The whole agenda development issue since I've been chair has just been sticky and difficult. I sort of learned quickly that if I wasn't assertive on behalf of myself and other board members, the agenda was filled up by staff. And I've been frustrated by the fact of just how much stuff historically comes from staff that comes in front of the board. And so that is why I asked that different departments you've all gotten, here's the kind of things that you can expect from the different departments like State Forests that are going to be things that are needing to be on your agenda. One of the changes we've made is we have taken some things that weren't required to be in front of the board by statute and taken more of those out, sort of regular briefings. And taking those out and put a lot of things on the consent agenda because we're usually given the same material and reading. I think that's been a good move. I'm not sure we've found the right balance yet. We still get some pretty long briefings that aren't necessarily the best use of our time. But what has most frustrated me is like when I have had suggestions of presentations, and when other people have made ideas of can't we have so-and-so do a presentation, those ideas get put out there and then they disappear kind of into the ether often, and whatever board member made that recommendation oftentimes never hears another thing. So we're working, Eleni's developed a flow chart and so on a process, so we have a place that will be accessible to all of you and where you'll be able to suggest agenda items, and then you'll be able to see, whether that is something we can fit in and when. It's something you can use then to go back and remind Cal and I of your high level of interest, say, in something. And one of the other challenges we have with this agenda, particularly with presentations, is that there's sort of a history of an enviro presentation and an industry one. So if we ask Jerry Franklin to come testify, then industry will be frustrated and wanting to have an opposing testimony. So it's hard, and I think sometimes we can do that with panels and all, but just understand how challenging all that is. But actively working to try to make this process involve all of you more. I think we really need to do it on a 2-year, because it seems like what tends to happen is you plan on a 1-year basis, and those presentations that I think we all value a lot just keep getting shoved back because of all the things that we have to vote on, or because of the things that tend to be more legal in nature. Anyhow, more to come, and maybe we can fit in some more discussion about that later in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of the things that I've seen some bodies move to is, you know, the silver lining of COVID is that many of us that didn't think we could ever learn how to do things asynchronously, so online, where the presentation isn't, people aren't presenting, some of those presentations could be done in advance. Part of board preparation could be watch, Kyle, sorry, you're just like right in front of me. Watch Kyle's presentation online before you come to the meeting. Kyle will be there, and then you have question and answer and conversation about whatever the presentation was. So there are ways that even though you're not together, you can be doing work outside of the setting that is equally meaningful, allowing for the conversation component that is relationship building to be part of your meetings, as opposed to somebody doing presentations that you want to talk about something else. So I will be working with Cal and Jim on these issues, and Eleni. I think I think you all have my information. I'll make sure you do. And I'll have to think about that, so that make sure there's not like a serial board meeting in your conversation with me. I'll find out what the rules and regulations are that allow me to get information from each of you that helps move this ball a little bit forward. But I want to stop there. You will have notes of this back from me. I'm going to be putting these things into some thematic buckets, if you will, of things that might help you as you move forward. If there's anything on here that you disagree with, please use this time during the break to let me know that, and let me know how I might be able to refine it so that it does reach, so that you are comfortable with a list like this being something that you all are looking at future board meetings. I'm sorry that we don't have more time today, but I think that Cal has arranged for, and Jim, for this to be an ongoing opportunity for conversations and time together. So thank you all very, very much. We'll look forward to continued conversations.
Donna, thank you.
In the meantime, can I just say one last thing, Jim?
Oh, you can.
In the meantime, I want you all to be putting these things into action today, right? I mean, one of the easy things that we've heard about disagreements is disagree without being disagreeable, right? You can disagree, just don't be disagreeable about it. Don't use personal attacks. Separate the people from the problem, be hard on the problem, those sorts of things that we've learned along the way that can be very useful to conversations you all are having. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll be back in touch.
Okay. I'm also noting on this list that put your cell phones and other tels into silent and don't look at them during meetings. I do that often, and I'm sorry, but I get reminders from Eleni and others. Maybe you should take a break now. I get a little help from Cal and all, and so I do have to check them, and I apologize for that. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45. I have asked Cal to do just kind of a state of the agency presentation to us. There's a lot of things been going on, as we all know, and I thought Cal could do a recap for us. And so we'll do that as soon as we get back at 10:45. See if this mic, oh, the microphone is working now. Okay, everybody, it's time to go. Board members, please. Come on. Okay. I don't know. We're going to get started. I'm still missing a couple board members. There's one. But, not sure what happened to Bob, but I'm going to. Yeah, I do think we need to just start this. Cal, do you want to?
Sure, I'll start.
Okay, we're back in session.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm State Forester for the record. My talk will discuss the state of the Oregon Department of Forestry and cast light on the pivotal role this agency plays in safeguarding our treasured forests. As stewards of Oregon's abundant natural resources, our department is entrusted not only with the management, but also the protection of forests that are vital to our environment, economy, and the fabric of our communities. While our forests stand tall with promise, the state of our agency is marked with unprecedented challenges and resilience, but the resilience of our people is strong. The resilient forests of Oregon are supported by the unwavering commitment and tireless efforts of our workforce. Our employees who serve are our strongest ambassadors, possess an unfaltering dedication to their mission and a profound appreciation for the natural resources we are privileged to work in. Yet these challenges have tested their endurance, an endurance we witnessed over the past year as wildfires, droughts, invasive species, and diseases threaten our landscape. In the face of these trials, our department has not only persevered but excelled in maintaining its mission to protect and promote resilient forests that benefit all Oregonians. I am pleased to highlight one of our substantial achievements over the past year, our proactive measures to suppress wildfires. Compounded by climate change, wildfires have become a recurring adversary, this year proving exceptionally challenging. We faced Oregon's most severe fire season on record, with over 1.9 million acres burned and an expenditure surpassing $320 million for fire suppression efforts. Yet our strengthened collaboration with agencies, heightened finance capabilities and firefighting capabilities, and enhanced public awareness has enabled us to weather these flames. With that, I'm going to tip my hat to ODF's finance section. We started the season with around $10 million. The rest was found by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Cash flow is the game, and our finance folks have worked hard and kept us afloat. Now the cash flow game is focusing on paying our vendors. Collaboratively with support of the Governor's Office, Legislature, and Department of Administrative Services, our financial stability has been bolstered, receiving critical support such as the additional $47 million from the E-Board in September. As we work with the Treasury Department for a line of credit and prepare for additional support in the December E-Board, I thank our partners for their unwavering assistance. This has allowed us to meet our immediate needs while looking towards more sustainable funding through the Fire Funding Work Group facilitated by both the Oregon State Fire Marshal and Oregon Department of Forestry, which aims to inform funding strategies for the 2025 legislative session. And I apologize to you, Kyle Williams, because while he was directing our troops fighting fire, he was co-hosting the work group. But we did get you out of some training, so. Okay. What was that? Oh, okay, I didn't. You will hear more on the 2024 season, okay, both OEF, which aims to inform the firefighting funding strategies for 2025 legislative. You'll hear more on the 2024 fire season later this morning, led by Kyle. Along with this, our protection division with Derek Wheeler, legislative coordinator, and Derek Gasparini out of the PIO, out of the Public Affairs Office, held numerous public meetings focusing on the hazard map. And that map is well on, with our partners at OSU and others, is well on its way to being finalized. I actually attended one of the meetings, and these are not easy meetings that they attended. They held meetings with counties, they held public meetings, and I'll tell you, my experience in attending the county meetings, there was one where the county commissioners said, "Hey, there's that guy." And I looked, I said, "What do they mean by that guy?" "He's that guy that got the HCP passed." So, you know, it went downhill from there, let me say that. Okay, our vision for the future is one that embraces sustainable forestry practices through concerted partnerships with private landowners, industry stakeholders, and community organizations. Our Forest Resource Division has undertaken significant strides in sustainable management with programs like urban and community forestry, bolstered by the growth of our urban and community forestry team, and initiatives such as targeting emerald ash borer and Mediterranean oak borer across the state. Equally vital is our unwavering commitment to the Private Forest Accord implementation and its pioneering initiatives in forest practice rules, small forest landowner support, and habitat conservation. We're actively implementing financial incentives, enhancing stream classifications, and paving the road with community-focused collaboration. Moreover, initiatives such as the Seed Orchard projects such as the Seed Orchard and Seed Bank and Federal Forest Restoration Program illustrate our forward-thinking approach to expansion, genetic resource development, and forest resource restoration, respectively. With these projects, we are poised to ensure Oregon's forests are sustainable, adaptive, and thriving. Our State Forest Division, managing over 760,000 acres of working forests, faces pressured funding dynamics from timber sales. Even as we have made strides and generate substantial revenue, the fiscal landscape presents challenges, prompting our division to explore increased efficiencies and revenue opportunities to avoid severe reductions. This year, ODF generated $101 million in revenue from Board of Forestry lands. Timber volume was 208.6 million board feet, with an average price of $536 per thousand. This was significant revenue and is only through the efforts of our state forest lands. These figures are harvested and sold are for timber sales that span multiple annual operating plans. Along these efforts, the department is leading the way in leading the way in climate leadership, ensuring that Oregon forests are fully equipped to face challenges of a rapidly changing environment. I invite you today to listen to Dr. John Tokarzak, Danny Norlander, and Josh Bernard as they share the insights in our climate initiatives later today. And by the way, John Tokarzak fulfills a role within the Governor's Natural Resources Office as a climate contact. The heart of Oregon's forest future lies not only in management, but also in community involvement. I encourage everyone to engage in responsible land stewardship. We encourage everyone to engage in responsible land stewardship. Though participating in wildfire preparedness programs and advocating for forest health policies, we can contribute to thriving ecosystems of our great state. Under the unwavering policy adopted by ORS 182164, the Oregon Department of Forestry is steadfast in its commitment to nurturing robust and effective relations with tribal governments. in all program development and implementation aspects. This commitment includes early and ongoing engagement to address concerns, exchange information, and enhance collaboration for the benefit of all Oregonians. Looking ahead, the department aims to continue strengthening government-to-government relationships with tribes by fostering early and meaningful communication, shared stewardship agreements, and increase knowledge and understanding of tribal history and culture. Furthermore, our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion underpins our service delivery. With Amy Pena at the helm of our DEI initiatives, we are pursuing inclusivity at every level, from executive training to recruitment processes, with the aim of rekindling an inclusive workplace culture. Also, this year, because of your hard work, we have now a vision for Oregon forests. And today you'll be hearing from Joy Krosnock, excuse me, Joy, from Joy. You'll hear from Joy a little bit more about what are the next steps from going from vision to implementation. I'm looking forward to that. So in conclusion, despite the towering challenges the Oregon Department of Forestry staff, partners, and supporters have faced, they stand resolute. When I get in front of this group, and we're having a all-staff meeting on Wednesday. I'm sad it's all online and not together, but you know it's just impossible to get everybody together. I talk and I interact with people who are very dedicated to the mission and are proud of this organization. It saddens me that some of the media that's occurred has caused them to feel that they're being criticized unrightly. And I know that there are nothing what the media wants to portray them as, or portray our agency as. And so I would say together, through collective stewardship and shared responsibility, we hold the power to ensure Oregon's forests remain healthy, vibrant, and sustainability for generations to come. So that's the state of our agency. It's challenged, we're stressed, we're tired, but we are dedicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. We've got, our agenda is for this to be a start of a conversation. And so I'll solicit any thoughts, reactions, questions. Brenda.
After yesterday's field trip, I began to think about what I saw, what I heard, and so I have a provocative question that I suspect is probably going to get me in hot water, but I'll ask it anyhow. Given the uncertainty of the future regarding the frequency, intensity, and scale of these fires that we're going to see likely increase, maybe not next year, but over the next 10 or 20 years, at what point do we need to rethink the statute that underpins fire prevention, suppression, such that we place more emphasis on protecting human life and property and more attention to post-fire recovery rather than putting out every fire immediately?
Yeah, I don't think that should get you in hot water, that question. That's a big question. This is Cal, and I guess for the record. You know, from a policy standpoint, we're following the National Cohesive Strategy, and that's basically suppression, home hardening, you know, stiffening up the communities, and then resilience, you know, mitigation going out. And we do support all those things. But as fire seasons become more, we need to be looking at where do we spend the best dollars for Oregonians, and those are hard questions that are being asked. And I think that's something that we need to keep. That's a good question, Brenda. I don't know when that point is, but we are at a point right now with the worst fire season. Financially, this is terrible, and I don't think if it got any worse. I mean, it's still going on. You know, our finance team does everything they can to keep track of cash. We don't have enough gas in the tank, and we're getting gas in the tank through the e-board and through the governor's help and through working with Treasury to kind of limp ourselves into the next session, into the legislative session for maybe, hopefully, a bigger fire funding fix. But it's, we need that bigger fire funding fix. And if we don't get it, we'll be limping into the next year. We won't have the ending balances to start the season with. And so that's just one example of how these horrible, that's just finance. And now you're looking at recovery, you're talking about places where, look like almost episodic type, and there's also a whole economic structure on that needs to be looked at, that we don't have the infrastructure like we used to. And so these are all big issues, and it's going to lead to some hard decisions.
Yeah, I guess the essence of my question wasn't looking for the financial fix, but rather the financial balance.
Yeah.
How much can we spend less money with a kind of military approach to putting out fires and divert that money to post-fire recovery?
And that's a tough question too, because, we have our core mission says.
Well, that was the essence of my question. Do we need to rethink the statute?
And
I think that's the
that
question.
at the end of the day would of course be the legislature. But the thing that really struck me from yesterday, and I think struck others, what policy we have around firefighting all could become essentially mute, because the piece of that, if we fix our finance system, and hopefully we do, and hopefully that gets us through most seasons. But I heard around the limits of resources that if we have a worse fire season, it won't be an issue of dollars at a certain point, that there would not be enough resources between ourselves and BLM and the Forest Service and all, the adjoining states, et cetera, that they'd come in. We could literally, think about it this year, if we had also had a wind event, an east wind event like 2020, we could have had one of those this year too. And it would just end up that there's simply not the resources, and the money issues I think we're dangerously close to that, aren't we?
Well, I think, can I speak too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, to me, it's so multifaceted, because we've already been there in different fire seasons, and when we get to PL5, where everything is out. And I think the luck that we had here in Oregon, and fire people can speak to this, is that when we hit our worst in July and August, California hadn't come on yet. If California was on and burning, we would have been sunk. But everyone could contribute to Oregon because we were the place. But there have been years when, other regions could not get the full resources, and because of that. So we're already there. I think, Brendan, when you talk about, when are we going to rethink our strategy for fighting fire and go into post-recovery, we certainly need to do post-recovery. But, years ago, and we know this, is that upfront resiliency work is a fraction of the cost of fighting wildfires. When I think of it, I think of, we talk about when we get to wildfires, we're talking about an emergency room. And so, but before you get to an emergency room or to get less visits to emergency room, you have to have a healthy hospital system, a medical system, and that's the preventative piece. And that's what you're doing with prescribed fire and thinning. So when it hits, it won't be as an intense, and we don't get the burned out, desiccated soils. And instead of a 50% severe burn, we go back to 15%, 35, and moderate 50%. And I don't know what we're going to do about this wildfire industrial complex, because Kyle can tell you, when I was, 15 years ago flying flights out of Albuquerque, for air tankers, it was $35,000 a run a drop. And I think, Kyle, what are we? You know, following numbers out of Merlin a couple years ago, 135,000 for a retardant drop, if not more at this time. So the scale is going up. We know where it's more economical to treat acres above that, and we're getting that out of 762. We're getting that, out of, I forget the name, the federal dollars. And and we know that over 5 million acres in Oregon has been designated as high priority. So I don't have an answer. It's so complex, but that's what's facing us, and it has happened. And we were just darn lucky that Idaho wasn't burning, Montana wasn't burning, and we got resources from North Carolina. We got people from California. We got them from all over the West because we were the show.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm so emotional about this. Sorry.
Yeah, Liz, you took the words out of my mouth. We did get lucky. And in fact, because we had such an early season, we were able to grab a lot of resources.
Yeah, 19 states in Canada, right?
Yeah, that's right. And well, it was 22 states, wasn't it?
Big.
Last time.
19.
But yeah, Chris will. But
19
anyway, that's
and counting.
but when we talk about, and I want to put this in perspective, and maybe I'll get in trouble for this, is that the dollars we're talking about to get to ramp up the fire system in comparison to the entire budget are not that large. I mean, NR doesn't make up a huge portion of the budget, but it's not for me to say. I mean, this is an Oregonian issue. This is an all Oregonian issue, and so that's why we have a legislature. They debate these things out, and we just have to deal. But our systems are strained. I have to tell you, with the way it's funded. You heard Senator Golden last night saying we're going to take this up. They know, they listen. They've been at this for a while. We have to have a solution from a financial standpoint. But then when we talk about, I just want to remind, one of the things we saw yesterday was that, it looks like a big grass field, right? But that's someone's life. That's someone's basis for livestock. That's what we're talking about here, is that people live and are part of this community and have generations here that have this culture. And so that's not for me to say. I'm told, we're told to go out there and suppress those fires, and that's what we'll do. If we get told something differently, we might have an opinion about it, but we'll do what the state tells us to do.
Sure.
Ben, go ahead.
I was going to change the subject, if that's okay, unless Heath had something germane to this topic.
It is on fire.
Go for it, and I'll go next.
So I would just offer very quickly that there's probably a disparity of opinion about the importance of preserving those forest resources as styled by the statute. I do think that there's some death and despair that results from burning up private forests and rangelands, resulting in the loss of livelihoods. But putting that aside, a little bit of a wonky question for you, Cal, on fire. It's been a number of years since I've done any Ways and Means work, but if I recall correctly, when you deploy private forests and state forests staff to fire for extended periods of time, you are able to bill their time to the fire, and that the money that the legislature otherwise appropriated to those individuals is not spent. And I think that's true. To the degree that that's true, do we have any idea how much money that is and what your use of those dollars might be?
Yeah, I might have to defer to James on that, but let me first say that for example, when we deploy people off of the state forest, yes, that's true. Now we can put them on the fire for billing, but it doesn't mean that those state forest monies become available to the entire department, because they're a trust. So there's various funds, and we have, some people are on grants, so on. So we get savings in that, but it doesn't necessarily mean we can just spend it on anything else.
Fair enough. Some
Yeah.
visibility, though, on what it is going to be spent on, I think would be helpful, and how much it is.
James Short for the record. Yes, so there is budget savings that are realized in all the non-fire programs when and cash savings when the staff goes out on these fires. But I do not have the stats for you on that, but I can get you that information that will be helpful and bring it back to the board.
One other thing is that it isn't one for one either, Heath, and I think you can understand this because, when we have people going to fires and like this season, what was it, 70% at one time? I don't know, but there's a lot of work still has to be done on the districts, and then they'll end up doing things like contracting people, or there might be additional costs to catch up, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah?
Unless, Bob, you had another follow-up directly on this. I want to change the subject, but I don't want to.
Yes, well, I did. It's related to Brenda's comment about the,
May I very quickly, Bob? I'm
You
so
may.
sorry to interrupt.
Of course.
In conformance with our protocol and the discussions we had yesterday, in terms of this question about the dollars being spent or the dollars saved as a result of deploying non-fire staff, are other people okay with this? I don't want this to just be a request of me for work from James. I would, if it's okay, appreciate the endorsement of the board for that information.
What is it?
I'm glad you caught that. I was already thinking about that.
Yeah.
I think that the thing that when questions are asked like that, usually they're pretty easily answered, but we do enter a dangerous territory there because, sometimes later we find out, oh, that was, 2 weeks worth of research. So it is important that we flag that and make sure that we get back from whoever is, as a request is being made, is that a big deal?
It possibly could be a big deal right now just because how DAS is covering our payroll. We do not have payroll records to be able to deliver that information at this time.
So, formally, our process would be, whether it's in a meeting or separately, a board member asks a question, then it gets run by myself and Cal, and we're really looking at, is the department able to do this? Is the department able to do it easily? Is it, what's the trade-off here? And so it's good that we're.
Well, I don't know procedurally how we follow up on that. I do want to respect the board. If there's not appetite for making a formal request for that, I would only offer that I think that those monies have been used in ways historically that have been opaque to the board and sometimes provocative. And so I think that it would be a good practice for this board to have good visibility on how the agency uses those monies. And, I don't know if that's like substantively on the policy how that plays out, but I'll leave it at that, Jim. If
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and I think we should probably put that in a bucket and get our vendors paid as quickly as we can in the real short run here. Make sense?
Fine with that.
Briefly, I'm sorry, Ben, I just wanted to follow up on Brenda's comment about fire strategy and the priorities, and I think what you were suggesting is we should revisit is a legislative fix needed actually in the mandates. To my mind, that's it's a good question, but it also raises a question to me. It's something that was discussion about at the last board meeting, which was what the board's role is in legislative concept development. Like how do we participate in that? And it may be the board wants to take this question on, like what are the benefits to be had from suggesting that kind of a change, and what would that look like, and what does the public think about that, et cetera. So we may or may not want to do that. I just want to flag that as something that I've heard at the board is interest, and I think it comes somewhat from the vision too, interest and some ambition about recommending changes that we don't control, that we need the legislature to help with. They could obviously be POPs too, or budget recommendations that we, and so I just want to flag it'd be helpful to have a sense about when that kind of thing would happen and how we might get to that and where that is in our work plan. That is, if it's an important issue for the board, we should figure out how and when we're going to talk about it. So, yeah, that's all. I have some other things, but that was all on the fire I wanted to touch.
Thank you for the conversation about fire, and I wholeheartedly agree that there are more hard conversations ahead on this. Pivoting back, Cal, to your presentation to us just now, I wanted to thank you for highlighting all the work that ODF has been doing over the last year. And it's an impressive list given all the challenges in front of the agency. And I think a key component is you communicated an impressive list of work that has taken place and it is ongoing. And I think that communication is very, very important to us as the board and to the general public. And I really wanted to sort of applaud Joy Krosek, as in all of her press releases from her team have gone out throughout the year that I've read in the newspaper, and I've heard on the radio of when it comes to fires, when it comes to Emerald Ash Borer, all of these things. I think the more, Cal, you and your team can double down on letting the public know about the work that is going on, that is critically important for all of this to continue, and to ODF having the good faith trust of not just landowners, but which we heard yesterday, there's a lot of good faith there, but of the general public that you are doing good and important work. And so I commend the work that has happened, and there's more work to do to let the people of Oregon know what is happening, and not just telling us on the board here, but telling the rest of the state. So thank you.
Bob, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things. First, thank you for your presentation, Cal. It really does feel to me like it's a remarkably difficult time for the department, in that there's been this huge PFA mandate with legislative deadlines that has been directed to the agency. There's the various fire bills and fire funding challenges, as well as the firefighting itself. There's the State Forest HCP, which has been a source of some controversy and division. So it's just, there's a lot on your plate, and I appreciate your report and the good work there. A couple things I want to mention. One is, unfortunately, last time, I think there was interest in talking about it this time, which is the key performance measure report to the legislature that gets sent every year. It was agenda item D in the last meeting. And, unfortunately, it doesn't reflect well on the department. I think, it's 53% red, only 23% green. So my guess is that there's some things in here that are dated that probably aren't very good indicators of what's happening. So I don't like delivering a report that has this kind of information when in fact it may not actually capture sure, there may be things that need to be improved on, so let's measure those and make sure report on them. But I guess I would flag this as something in the broader, for ODF and the board to return to at some time, to revisit these performance measures and say, are these really capturing what we want them to? How do we, and I think, we'd need to work with, or ODF with, LFO or CFO to sharpen those up. But anyway, I think there's work to do there, and there may be some help from the public and stakeholders on that as well.
Go ahead. Yeah, Bob, I totally agree with you. I think we kind of have that listed for the spring. Is that what it was? Yeah. We need to have a workshop with the board and kind of go through those, because we didn't really determine a lot of those, and some of them are outdated and some we don't really understand. And so we need to go through and do that.
And I think it's even broader than that. In our time on the board, the last 6 years, it seems like there's countless times where we find out about whether it be a performance measure or some other report that's supposed to come to the board, annually or semi-annually or whatever. So many things that we say we're doing kind of just disappear into the ether. And I think we always need to be working to identify those, because a lot of them sort of deserved to disappear into the ether, frankly, but they're sitting on the books, and it makes us crazy when we come across things that we say we're doing, but we're not. And I've got more, but Cal wants to say something on this.
You know, your work on the vision for Oregon forests is setting the platform, and Joy's going to talk to you a little bit how we're going to approach that. But that, to me, is more important that if we develop metrics around our implementation around that, those are, the KPMs, I mean, they're important. I'm not going to say they're not. I don't understand all of them, why they are important. But I think being critically aligned with that vision, because that's the board's vision to us, and make sure that we are making progress on implementation.
Related to that, for my mind, there'd even be some alignment. Like if we've got key goals we want to get that come out of the vision, then let's try to make those key performance measures for the legislature too, ideally.
Yeah.
The only other point is really a question I think I wanted to have is about the DEI materials. And I'm just wondering if you could tell me what the status of, I've got the ODF DEI Action Plan 2023 to 2025, and page 24 has a bunch of dots that have things that were going to be done by certain
Not
dates.
a lot, okay, the problem is not a lot of those got done or started on, and, which is a performance issue for ODF. And we also had a time period where we didn't have a DEI coordinator. We have one. We're taking a little bit different tack. We may need to amend that plan if we can, because the bilingual stuff is not as easy as you look, and we have like about 10 things that we're going to be working on. Some of it's in data gathering, some of it's in how we recruit and changing the language so that recruitment could be better for DEI candidates. We also will be, we have a strong need. You saw the demographics, but we have a strong need internally to create trainings, and we're starting right now with executive training. Amy Pena has looked into, I think some of the first stuff was bilingual stuff, and it's not as easy as she's dived into it as it just say, hey, let's make everything bilingual. You think there'd be an app for that, right, Bob? It's not that easy, and DAS hasn't even completed, I understand hasn't completed that mission either, so we'll work on that as that becomes more form. We're going to have to take the lead from DAS on some of that stuff. And, but I agree, we did not have great performance on the individual items last year.
Yeah, and that's fine. I guess for me, and it's not urgent, but given the prominence of the DEI stuff in the news, it'd be helpful for me to get an update at some point. Like now that the new director's in there, here's what here's what of this is actually getting put on the shelf.
Oh yeah.
And then here's what actually is going to get done.
Actually,
so
I have it on my computer. I talk with her quite often.
Yeah. So
it's not that she works for me. It's just that I have an interest in that area.
Yeah.
And she, God, last time she sent me the other day like a list of 10 things, and we'll try to get an update from her.
That's great. Thank you.
Talk about how we integrate that plan with what we're doing.
That'd be good. Thank you, Cal.
So in the spirit of cleaning up things that seem to be not working or not functioning, we have a subcommittee on federal forests, and in digging around a little bit, no one remembers when it last met. Now, we may need a subcommittee of some sort related to that at some point, but it would be my recommendation that be considered to no longer exist, and that we remove it from any references. And if we need at some point to recreate a committee like that, we will. Does anybody have any heartburn over that?
Do you need a motion on that? Because I'm.
We're not making decisions. This is a retreat, and I don't think it requires a board. I'm not sure. We could double check. And if it needs a board vote, we'll do it.
Very well. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah.
A board meeting. Ben?
No objection, I would say, to that concept.
Ben Doyling for the record. I have no objection to removing that committee. I would want to make sure that we as a board make clear that the federal forests and their role in the state of Oregon is critically important, and we as a board should not lose sight of our bully pulpit, which is about all we have when it comes to federal forests. So I'm fine with removing that committee, but I think we need to make it very clear that we're not this work has not gone away.
Completely
The importance of
agree.
it has not gone away.
Completely agree. The other one, a committee that I think it would make sense to formally end, and this is one that I formed, and so I don't think I need any approval, but but perhaps some applause, and that would be the Forestry Program for Oregon Committee being officially disbanded. We okay on that one? All right. All right. We'll make sure that references to it as a standing subcommittee at this point, or a temporary subcommittee, are eliminated. I'm not hearing anybody jump on further conversation during this time, and that's really pretty good because we're within a minute or two of scheduled and able to move to the next item on our agenda, which is, am I right about that? Oh, well, no, we're still 15 minutes past. Okay. Fire season findings and recommendations. So let's move to that. Turning that over to you, Kyle.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record, Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations with ODF. As my fellow presenters come to the table here, just a little preamble on this topic. I know we've talked to you a lot about fire in the last couple days. Wanted to just give these fellows an opportunity to provide perspective on our incident management teams, some of the things that they went and learned this summer. And give the general, we talked a lot about Eastern Oregon NEO yesterday, quick update on the statewide picture. And then I know some folks were here for the wildfire funding work group on Tuesday, but in recognition that not all of you would have been present for that, just give you a very quick update. And so we're going to fly through this and try and get you back on schedule, Chair Kelly, and turn it over to our Chief of Fire, Chris Klein.
Did you say brief?
Yes, it's going to be brief, Chris.
Chair Kelly, there's so much to talk about. So Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, who I lost, other members of the board, good senator from Southern Oregon, shout out to you, and very grateful that you spent the last 2 days with us. I grew up in Douglas County, and I have been in fire since 1988 as a 16-year-old. 37 years of my life, it's been my passion, my lifeblood, and this is an amazing topic, and I really appreciate the fact that you're here and you're supporting us, and so from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Any rate, I have 9 slides and probably 5 minutes or less to talk, so I'm probably going to ad-lib a little bit and run through it very quickly. A lot of the stuff we've seen before already. Green button, you said, Eleni? Yes. Which I clicked once, and I'm pausing. I click and hold. Okay, very good. And I know that we've seen this before, and we've talked about a lot of the topics already, so I am going to ad-lib from the copious amounts of notes that I have. But I wanted to show this. I think this really sets the stage in something that potentially we haven't articulated in depth yet. So this was the lead-in, and this is what we put together for the governor's office for our fire briefing early in the late spring, early summer. And what I want to point out here is the decrease in fire potential. June 2022 in the lower left, and then 23, and then this year, and the increased improvement in conditions. And what I think is so telling about this and so noteworthy is the fact that this was supposed to be a good year. This was supposed to be the best year that we've had in a decade. And all it took to change that narrative were a few catalyst moments. And what I think this leads up to is perhaps a false sense of, hey, you know what, it's It's, things are going to be okay, and I think they're not going to be okay. I think what we saw this summer is in one of the best years potentially that we had in the last decade. All it took was the catalyst, right? So the fuel moistures were in a good spot, but the fuel buildup and the climate change and what's been happening on the landscape, I think, is very evident. So we have a very potentially benign year. We have this heat dome, which severely impacts and, pushing 110 degrees on both sides of the Cascades in early July. All we need after that is some lightning, which we got several dry lightning storms that raked the state. And then we get the results that you've been touring and we've been talking about for the last couple of days now, right? So here's a statewide fire map. What really catches my attention to this map is this looks like a lot like the decadal fire maps that we show. Oftentimes we talk about the increase in acreage and the amount of fire that we have on the landscape from decade to decade. And this map, this is only 2024. I left the other, for the sake of brevity, I left the other decadal maps out, but you've seen them before. This map is almost as busy as the 10-year decadal maps that we normally show. And it really just catches my attention, and I think mentally can almost blow us out of the water at what we faced this summer. This graph chart here would almost talk about the decadal map. So this goes back from 1995 to 2004 on the extreme left, a 64% average increase to the next decade, which is 05 through 14, and a 56% increase to the decade 15 to 24. And then this year, that says 1.92. We're at 1.93 million plus acres. It's just a 270% increase. So again, back to that original slide of, I think, just an awareness for all parties, not just the Department of Forestry, but as a society, of the fuels on the ground and the conditions we face. To borrow a phrase from Senator Ron Wyden, this isn't your grandfather's fire season anymore. That's a phrase that he used multiple times early this summer when we met with him in the governor's office. So quickly, our statistics. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. The previous slide, if I go back, Eleni, will that take me, the red button, will that take me back? Because I don't want to screw this up. All right, so the previous slide there, 1.92, 1.93 million acres, that's all agencies. That's the only point I wanted to make there. Oregon Department of Forestry, 315,000 and change. We're still collecting data. You actually heard on the tour yesterday, probably more in the 350,000 acre range on the handouts you were given. We built this slide early in October, but it still points out the picture of where we're at. There's the breakdown of lightning versus human caused. And the current year versus the 10-year average. And so 18 times greater at that year-to-date stat than 2023, three times greater over the 10-year average, approximately. And I think I just said 270%. So just a very exacerbated situation. And then I think I'm about, blow through my slides here. I'm about done. So resources helping. So what do we do? What do we do with that information? What did we do as an agency? And from the Salem support, we're going to hear from a couple of my colleagues with our incident management teams as part of what our department does. And for the record, Chris Klein, I don't think I said that. Just popped into my head. But we did everything we could. The answer is, what did we do? We did everything we could. We have a robust severity program that we try to leverage the dollars that the legislature has given us. We have our severity aircraft program. We have adequate levels of protection at the district that we budget for, and landowners, and of course you at the June Board of Forestry meeting approved those budgets. And then we also have many connections around the country and even into Canada through our compacts. This slide shows 22 states that we tapped into to help bring resources during the time of need, 455 personnel. Again, this slide hasn't been updated. That's close to 600 personnel once we threw in some additional resources in late August and September. And I think really the point I kind of wanted to make with this effort, obviously it comes at a cost. We've been talking about that for 2 days now. And I've been asked probably a dozen times this summer, why did we send as much as we did? Why did we do as much as we did? Would I do anything different? And currently I wouldn't. And to Brenda's point and the statute, I really appreciated the conversation. I look forward to the continued conversation. Matt Howard talked about it last night, why we do what we do, right? It's in statute. There's no ambiguity whatsoever. 477005 says that it's the policy of the state of Oregon to suppress and prevent wildfires. Later on in that statute, it references the fact that fire is a menace to life, forest resources, and property, and that burning uncontrolled without proper action being taken to prevent its spread. So multiple places in the statute it tells us to put the fire out. And then finally, Matt referenced 477210 last night and the landowner's responsibility. And again, it specifically calls out that we are to prevent and stop the spread of wildfire. And the landowners of the state of Oregon do that in part by paying into the system, and then for the Department of Forestry to protect those lands. And so my mission as Division Chief for the Oregon Department of Forestry is without ambiguity. Unless that law changes, statutorily, I am obligated to do everything in my power to put fire out, and I'm honored to do that. It's a clear mission. There's other agencies that may not have such clear missions. I find it very easy to follow those marching orders. So at any rate, I will turn it over to Joe, who's Incident Commander in IMT 1. Here's the slide. This is actually one of Joe's fires that I think that's a picture from Shoe Fly. And again, to quote Senator Wyden, not your grandfather's fire seasons. We used to show up to fires when they were 700, 800 acres in size when our incident management teams were developed back in the 1950s and 60s. This is less than 24 hours into this event when Joe took over the event, and it was 20,000 acres in size. So it just goes to show what we're dealing with. So I'll draw a breath. Mr. Hessel.
Going to bring on some PTSD here, Chris. Thanks for that. Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. As Chris noted, I'm the incident commander of ODF Team 1. My name's Joe Hessel. And I retired from ODF in 2021 as the district forester in Northeast Oregon District after what I'd consider an amazing 37-year career with ODF. And just congratulate you guys for being in Northeast Oregon. It's definitely the best district in the state. Might be a little biased in saying that, but I appreciate you guys coming to this part of this corner of the state and participating yesterday and last night. This also marks my 25th year as a rostered ODF team member, the last 8 as an incident commander. Ironically, the last fire we were on this summer, which is that one right there, the Shoe Fly fire, burned in part of the same footprint as the first fire I was on as a team member 25 years ago, and that was a tamarack fire. I've been at it long enough, I'm back to the same footprints. A few things have changed since then. We took the Shoe Fly fire on our first shift. It was almost 20,000 acres, as Chris noted, twice the size of the final acreage of the tamarack fire after we'd been there for about 10 days. This summer, taking a 20,000 acre fire on the first shift didn't feel all that strange. In 2000, it would have been extraordinary. So things have definitely changed. I've been asked to share a few thoughts. Most of this perspective comes from my IC view, but with some past district forester and agency administrator roles that might bleed in a little bit as well. We had 4 assignments this summer. We were out for a little over 60 days if you include travel. And our C&G actually responded for a 2-week period to the Lane County and Springfield ice storms in an all-risk assignment in January as well. So we were up a little over 70 days on assignment this year. Just reaffirming some fundamental ODF team stuff here. In the not surprising or unusual category, but worth highlighting, the ODF teams rose to the challenge again, showed remarkable commitment, professionalism, determination, and grit in successfully managing the most challenging wildfires under the most challenging circumstances that Oregon has ever seen, again. And I say again because I've said that I don't know how many times in the last decade or two. The 150 folks that make up our teams come from all 3 areas in Salem and work at every level in every division or program in ODF. Our team model relies on both fire and non-fire funded folks to participate and fill out the roster. When this group comes together in a high-stress and challenging situation to work together, it's amazing, and it's an honor to be a part of it. It takes everybody on the team to be successful, as you all know. You just talked about that. While the ops folks put the line around the fire, they can't do it without the support of all the other functions. Our mission on an assignment is still simple and not overly complicated, and I very much appreciate that. We're there to minimize the size of the fire and to do it safely. This effectively results in minimizing impacts to private timber and grazing lands, communities, infrastructure, cultural and natural resources, and the other values we're trying to protect. And near and dear to my heart is that if we can minimize the size of the fire, we generally minimize the duration, That minimizes the amount of time firefighters are on the ground, which leads to a safer result at the end of the day. Our strategy is always full suppression, and full suppression for ODF means 24-hour operations, including a very healthy night shift, direct attack, and aggressive tactics wherever we can do it, use of heavy equipment, significant air operations, and extensive use of contract, IRA, and landowner resources. And we take a lot of pride in being able to take an assignment within 24 hours of getting that phone call. We're one of the only, in fact, there's probably only 3 teams in the nation that'll take a fire within 24 hours of getting a phone call, and they all happen to reside and work for ODF in the state of Oregon. I mention these things because at the end of an assignment, I'm always 100% confident that our team and the other ODF teams have done everything possible to get a line around a fire as quickly as possible at the smallest possible size, and that we've done it with risk-informed decisions leading to the best safety record we could have achieved. And private landowners and Oregonians should feel confident that their ODF teams are providing the highest level of service and success possible. So a couple things on the 24 fire season. I think if I had to sum it up, the overarching thing would be titled, "The System Was Overloaded." In short, the system or systems were overloaded at the state, regional, and national levels, and in some respects probably reached the breaking point this summer, as I think you've all heard. This caused multiple significant impacts on how fires were managed, social and political implications, cumulative fatigue of resources and teams, and the list goes on. Landowners, agency administrators, and teams were stressed. I saw it in the faces and in the actions of everyone involved with or impacted by these fires this summer. Oregon has a world-renowned wildfire response system that starts with excellent initial attack led by ODF and Forest Protective Associations, rangeland protection associations, and our partners. Yet more often in today's environment, it's not always enough, and numerous project fires can occur across the landscape. The system's designed to provide an adequate level of protection at the district level, which does not necessarily lead to an adequate level of protection at the statewide level when we're as busy as we get these days. Our statewide complete and coordinated system was running on all cylinders, leading to many successful outcomes, but we were still coming up short on large fires. When we're tapped in Oregon, we turn to the regional and national systems to get us out of a bind, yet when everybody is busy all at the same time and competition is extreme, there simply isn't enough to go around at those levels either. We experience shortages in incident management teams, overhead of all types, resources of all types, and supplies and equipment of all types this summer. And that's also become a reoccurring theme. The more we can control and the less we have to rely on the regional or national systems, the more successful we will be in fire seasons when these systems are all overloaded and the scenarios becoming more common. I could advocate strongly for ODF hand crews, 3 full sets of logistical rolling stock so each team is fully self-sufficient, and an expanded ODF fire cache with much-needed firefighting supplies and equipment. The lack of operational middle management has been a troubling trend for several seasons and is likely the single biggest challenge we have in large fire management right now. The issue's been magnified during busy seasons like 2020, 2021, and this year especially. The effective and safe use of resources on the line requires an adequate span of control, as I'm sure you can all relate to. If we don't have heavy equipment bosses, task force leaders, division supervisors, and other similar positions, our strategies and tactics have to be altered, and we now have to essentially govern how many resources we order and are able to use on an incident. It feels like we have less of those positions today than we have had in the past, and we actually need more now than ever before to deal with the larger and more complex fires we manage. On the Shoe Fly fire, we had a request in for 12 task force leaders and 12 heavy equipment bosses. Over a week into that assignment, we had 1 task force leader trainee and 1 heavy equipment boss. A notable success was mentioned earlier. Chris talked about the state-to-state agreements that brought a bunch of overhead to the system. That was very well appreciated. Landowner participation is also a welcome part of our job. There are countless times that landowners have provided resources, knowledge, and support. We've needed to be successful in our incidents, and whether it's a fire camp location, dozer, or simply local knowledge on road systems. This summer was no exception, and in fact, we couldn't have caught some of these fires without them. Forest industry on the west side, and more than ever, ranchers on the east side came to our aid. Working shoulder to shoulder with landowners, partnering with them, and incorporating them into our plan is a common occurrence on our incidents. However, one thing I saw this summer that was unusual was a higher level of landowner frustration than I have ever seen before. Expectations are always high, and I wouldn't expect anything less, and look forward to developing or building on landowner relationships and meeting those expectations. In the vast majority of the incidents we respond to, the landowners are very satisfied with our response and the end result. This summer, on a couple of fires, it seemed much harder to meet those expectations under the circumstances we were dealt. In particular, in Eastern Oregon, I think landowners saw and felt the negative impacts of the overloaded system more than anywhere else. From their perspective, they weren't getting the type of response they expected. We heard from many landowners, where are all the crews, the engines, and the dozers? Why are you going indirect when you should be going direct? Why is this taking so long? And what are we paying for? Landowners didn't want to hear about all the other fires, the lack of resources, or anything else that could be viewed as an excuse for what they viewed as a less than full-fledged effort to deal with an emergency on their property. In some cases, landowners were essentially taking matters into their own hands. A case in point was on the Core Rock fire that we had this summer. We were working on the Boneyard fire at the time when this new fire started 4 days into our incident. Within 24 hours, it was a project fire in its own right, and it needed a team, but there weren't any other teams available in the nation. We assumed command of the fire and essentially emptied the barn. To quote an old district forester I worked for, only the barn was only staffed with about 20% of what we needed at the time to take that fire. We relocated an ops chief and full division to work on Court Rock, worked that fire for nearly a week and a half with just 2 or 3 overhead and very limited resources. It should have been staffed with at least 4 divisions day and night and the whole contingent of overhead and resources to get the job done. We never did get close to what I would consider adequately staffed, but a couple weeks later, after nothing short of an incredible effort by our folks with limited resources and local landowners, the fire had a line around it at just over 20,000 acres. Our operations personnel spent extensive time this summer working with frustrated landowners on this incident, sometimes under contentious circumstances, to alleviate concerns, work toward a coordinated effort and common operating plan, and otherwise build better relationships. As a team, our highest core value is providing the highest and best level of service to landowners and those we serve. And this summer, when that value was being questioned, it was hard on our team. We knew we were doing everything we could with what we had, but it was difficult to think we might not be meeting landowner expectations. Compounding things this summer is the fact that the cost of protection for these landowners, the per acre rates they pay, continue to climb to a point that some would view when landowners are already paying a higher rate than they want, combined with what is a real or perceived lack of response. It's sort of a perfect storm for frustration to boil over. I believe the higher than desired rates have created tension between ODF and landowners at a level that didn't used to be there, and that the partnership we've relied on for years is under significant stress in that respect. I'm certain there are some very frustrated folks out there that are still wondering what might happen next year under the same circumstances. And I've been going at it a while. I just want to wrap up with a cautionary note. The expectation is that ODF teams are ready to go and show up every time the need arises. They play a critical role in the ODF firefighting toolkit. The folks that make up these teams have always represented an amazing but very small percentage of the population and workforce. And for a variety of reasons, the percentage is shrinking. ODF has more employees than ever, yet we continue to struggle to fill our team rosters. Days committed to be available but not on assignment are not always acknowledged. Team members voluntarily commit to being available for 8 weeks from May through October. That's every 3rd week and now year-round. If the team in front of them goes out, they move into the up position and are expected to be available, further extending their commitment of time. This means being available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during your up period, and essentially putting any type of summer plans on hold. There isn't enough bench strength to have somebody backfill for a rotation if needed in most cases. As a side note, Team 1 is up this week and we are ready to go if needed. There's no guarantee of an assignment which might provide some monetary return for the commitment. There is currently no standby or on-call pay available. My point is that these teams and the folks that sign up to be on them are special and shouldn't be taken for granted. The department's doing a great job of supporting and improving the teams, but I'm deeply concerned about the succession management and the ability to continue to maintain what we have. There are efforts underway to improve the situation, but in addition to those, I would encourage some form of incentive for continued participation. I think it'll be needed to help offset some of the personal and work-related competing priorities to get folks on the team. I'm passionate about about the ODF and our team's missions, and I appreciate the opportunity to share those thoughts with you today. Thanks.
For the record, my name is Matt Howard. Currently serve as the Northeast Oregon District Forester and Incident Commander for ODF Team 2. I've been at this for 38 years. I've been on IMTs since 2001 and an Incident Commander the last 5. I don't have any new words for you to describe fire season 24, and I say this as humbly as I can that Oregonians are fortunate to have ODF IMTs at the ready. Through a geoboard tasking through a protection program that fully supports our IMTs, we looked at succession management, we looked at priority trainees and recruitment and retention. It's interesting to note that with our 50-person roster and another 50, as Kyle mentioned last night, to help support a team that is out on assignment, approximately 53% of those individuals are funded by the protection program, 14% state forest, 17% out of forest resources, and 15% out of our admin. If you look at it geographically, 34% of the individuals in Salem, 20% Northwest Oregon area, 28% out of Southern Oregon area, and 18% out of Eastern Oregon area. It takes the entire state to manage our complete and coordinated system with our incident management teams that we have. The folks that participate on incident management teams are a rare breed, in my opinion. As a percent of the population, we're a very small component of that, and as a team, we accomplish amazing things. As Joe mentioned, we are all risk, not only fire, but cyber attacks, COVID response, storm damage response, floods, and hurricane response with our neighbors to the southeast. We stand ready to serve our district foresters and district managers and whomever else calls us for help. As I mentioned, I believe IMTs are a full part of our complete and coordinated forest protection system. We work for the agency administrator, which is the district forester or the district manager with the associations, or it could be a federal line officer on a joint jurisdiction fire. We're highly accountable for firefighter and public safety and the objectives given to us. We are aggressive, opportunistic. We scale up when needed, and we scale back when necessary. Above all else, everyone comes home, and safety is number one in our books, no matter what we do. Landowner values are critical. Landowners need to be heard. We minimize cost, and sometimes we need to spend money to save money, if that makes sense on these large fires. We minimize loss, which is we strive to minimize resource loss to our landowners. Our most important resources are people, their physical well-being, the physical fatigue, and their mental well-being, which is their mental fatigue. 14 days of intense focus on assignment, 16-plus hour days, 0600 to 2200 at night, is taxing. The days are structured with immense amount of process. We manage unexpected inputs as they come in. Some of these are called incident within incidents, whether they're accidents or injuries, fire movement and strategy on what's expected, landowner or cooperator concerns, visits from political interests, human resource issues. We deal with all these issues on our incidents as an incident management team. On assignment, the outside world is blurred. Current events aren't really relevant to us. There's a lot of things that happen in world events that we don't know about till the end of the assignment because we're so focused. Back to the physical and mental well-being. This may sound selfish, but I've learned that I need to take care of myself first, physically and mentally. If I can take care of myself first, then I can take care of my command and general staff. Then my command and general staff can take care of the firefighters. If we take care of ourselves first, we take care of the firefighters, we're going to be better served to protect the folks that we are entrusted to serve and work for. We do this by managing rest, making deliberate phone calls home to stay grounded. We remind each other what is important. Our firefighters sacrifice, we miss birthdays, key family events. Our firefighters' families sacrifice. They go into fire season the very day we go into fire season. And family is number one for me, and how the families cope with this is beyond me. Team 2 was out 4 times this year, 47 days. Team 3 was out for 48 days. Team 1, 57 days. That's not counting the travel. It's physically taxing, it's mentally taxing. It's tough on the day job, it's tough on the family. Despite all that, the camaraderie within our teams is strong. The trauma bonding, if you want to call it that, is real. We protect our own with passion, with a passion that is unique for a state agency. These are my thoughts here. ODF IMTs need to be sustainable. The GeoBoard tasking on the succession management project was critical. It's an ongoing project that will not be complete ever, really. It's got to be a continuous work in progress. It's not a one and done, put it on the shelf. In order to maintain incident management teams, we need to continue to work at training and recruitment and retention of firefighters. Fire seasons will continue to test ODF and our customers. There's a deep need to control our own destiny within ODF, to amplify our bench strength, to amplify our rolling stock to support incidents, as Joe had mentioned earlier. Personnel stability is important. Our state lands and our forest resources program, our administrative program, are critical programs in our agency in their own right that do amazing things in service to Oregonians. Their personnel are absolutely critical to IMT success in maintaining our rosters. ODF is a natural resource agency. One component is squarely an emergency response. From district-based budgets, from IA, incident initial attack, up to IMT involvement. Of all these years, it would be good to see ODF recognized in this way and funded appropriately to serve all Oregonians. It's easier said than done, I know, and that's at the key, at the crux of the issue here. My hope is that this board maintains the integrity of the ODF structure. It works. It is proven. It is recognized nationally. We are incredibly well respected as an organization. A couple last things here. IMT members sacrifice and devote time throughout the fire season to be available. Again, reiterate what Joe had mentioned. I do support incentives. It recognizes and supports the commitment throughout the summer. Lastly, leadership is critical for the success of ODF IMTs. State Forester Mukamoto, Kyle Williams, Chris Klein, these individuals and the rest of the cabinet and our exec staff, they deeply care about ODF and their people. We are strongly supported by them. The field strongly supports them, and it's clear to me that their vision is aligned with statute and the service we provide as a whole to our landowners. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Again, for the record, Kyle Williams. Appreciate the board patience. I know some of these themes are similar to what you've been hearing over and over again. I think it's important for folks in our agency that went through the summer we went through to be able to tell some of these stories. It's cathartic to a point, and so deeply appreciate your willingness to listen there. I'm going to move us right to here and try and bring together everything we've talked about over the last days. We mentioned sustainability of our people. You heard some deeply passionate leaders here talking about how important our folks are. And at the crux of all of these challenges is that darn dollar and how we make sure that we can support them. And so, as mentioned, in conjunction with the Oregon State Fire Marshal, the department is leading a wildfire funding work group currently that is working towards a set of recommendations from that work group that will present in December. It's been an interesting process, one that I've been a part of for over 12 years, many iterations of the same conversation, and I genuinely feel like we are starting to make some real progress. Much of it has been bringing components and pieces of those previous conversations to a point in time where we are hoping to gain consensus on a set of solutions from a group of 35 very unique stakeholder voices that, with the help of some key legislators, will find us some relief as we move into the future, some durability as we move into the future. I'll spare you guys some of the concepts, but one of the key pieces of our next meeting in November will be sort of bringing some of the ideas that we've heard and matching them up to the needs that the agencies have identified, with the ultimate goal of, again, consensus from that group. One single voice that says this is what we need as Oregonians to take care of this problem. And so really encouraged by the work that we've done already and the progress that we've made, and looking forward to being able to update this group as we get our report finalized in December, so that we can start to see where we're going, and then I can ask for some help getting the solution across the finish line. I think the last thought I want to share from the entire conversation that we've seen over the last couple days, right? Very suppression focused, and that's intentional. Board Member McComb, Board Member Van Dyke, I really appreciate that question, right? Like, are we still doing this right? Are we still focused on the right things? You know, the statute's clear, as has been mentioned several times, that during the times of year when fire is a hazard to Oregonians, that is absolutely the time that full-scale suppression is the only way to move forward. But I want to assure you that the other components of the cohesive strategy, right, that mitigation, creating resilient landscapes, creating communities that are prepared and defensible when that fire reaches, are also hyper-focused elements of the agency and our work as we're moving forward right now. And so I actually believe that we can have both, that we can maintain that very clear mission so that these folks can go out and be as safe as possible during those times when fire is hazardous. And the rest of the year, the agency attacks getting those communities ready for them in the same way. But that's future work, right? Ultimately, we've been at this for a few years, but I think the next several are going to tell the story. And as we have time over the next decade, focused mitigation efforts, focused community hardening, what we'll see is sort of an apex in our costs for suppression, hopefully now. And in future fire seasons, we won't have to spend as much money because those places will be ready for it. Those fires will go out more easily. But we're at a point right now where we can't stop doing one before we have really achieved catching the wave of the others. And so that'd be my final thought. Again, really appreciate the board and your time and suffering through our talking at you. But it's been a unique, at least in my experience, opportunity for fire folks to be able to tell a story. A lot of times they do their work in silence. And so thank you for giving us this time.
Thank all of you. I want to do a personal thank you, a special personal thank you to Joe, who's essentially been my neighbor, I think, for months this summer. And it's just sobering to think, Joe, if you'd had all the resources that you needed, you know, how much better the outcome could have been. But you did a fabulous job with the resources that you had. And, certainly, I think I've got some very clear messages from you guys, and I think probably all have. And any other board comments and thoughts and questions before we break for lunch?
I have a question, Chair Kelly. Joe Justice for the record. Matt, Joe, thanks for coming and give us your talking about the fire season. I'm curious, you talked about, Joe, you talked about middle management, and I've seen that, you know, on fires that I've been exposed to, that not having that kind of resource. Maybe this question for Kyle. Are we talking about that in funding, in this work that we're doing, trying to, this comprehensive funding concept? How is that played in, you know, these gaps that we see in these needs? Is that conversation happening, I guess?
Chair Kelly, Board Member Justice. Yeah, absolutely. It's part of that needs, right? And so I skipped ahead in the sake of time, didn't get into some of the details of the conversation, but as the agency was crafting what are those needs, we built in some additional middle management opportunity for investment. But we're not thinking about it purely from a protection-funded standpoint. In my vision, a robust mitigation program means that you've got employees that fight fire for 4 months out of the year, hopefully just 4 months out of the year, and then they work on defensible space, home hardening, resilient landscapes the other 8 months out of the year, and we blend those funding sources. That's something that we have done in fits and spurts throughout the agency, but I think a focused effort of combining those two funding sources gets us where we need to go in terms of that opportunity to have full-time employment that leads to those middle managers because of the training and everything else that has to go into them. So yes, absolutely, it's part of that equation.
Kyle? So Kyle, I want to follow up on that because there was some dinner conversation before we started this meeting about how do you get after what we heard yesterday on the field trip about people, getting, people interested in fighting fire. It's really hard. It's a young person's kind of job. And I've always heard that ODF had a fire and ice, approach to, work. So fire, doing the fire, and then what you just talked about. What would it take in, just rhetorically, just put out there, what would it take to expand that ability to carry people through the season? A few years ago, our neighbors to the south in the federal, Randy Moore down in California, did an analysis, and he said, I'm taking all my, it wasn't a popular idea, but he said, I'm taking all my firefighters and I'm giving them unemployment in California, and I don't know how much it cost him to do that in California. But he weighed that and he said, you know what? For a little bit more money, I should just keep them on. And so y'all probably, understood that. And so can we use other funding sources like Good Neighbor, to continue to expand, build more resilient forest, and such. And so what are those opportunities that exist to do that? And I think it's just incrementally. I mean, what can get us another couple months? And is there, in future legislation, a Farm Bill or whatever, that can expand that, you can build employment, that is something that is an attractive and a living wage and all that, because the work is needed. That building a resilient forest and a resilient Oregon is so much needed. So just a thought to that. I don't know if any of that lands right for y'all.
Board Member Ekpal, it lands just right perfect. That's exactly the vision that I think many of us share in terms of how we move forward. But you're right, it's going to take a little bit of time. But it is in the windshield. There are some programs out there that we may be able to adapt to be able to do that. But it's really about, as we move forward, continuing to build Cal's vision for the agency, how do we maximize those opportunities, right? And we have a broad spectrum of work that spans divisions that we want to be able to leverage those opportunities for. My panacea is a position that has 3 different funding sources 4 months a year, so that they can help across the enterprise in many different functions, not just fire specifically, not just resilient landscape specifically, but many things that this agency may do. And so yes, absolutely, that's part of what we're trying to think through.
And I just want to say that was a conversation off board that is very valuable to have at times.
Yeah, following on to her, to Liz's comment, I think this has come up before, but I think this whole idea of trying to cater to professional firefighters who want to work maybe 8 months out of the year, 9 months out of the year, want to go be a ski bum for a couple, 3, 4 months, and maybe they don't have a family. They're a little bit different from the rest of, I mean, to cater to that just seems like we could really hit a sweet spot and improve. Okay, who is first?
Go ahead, Bob.
Bob, go ahead.
Thank you all for your presentations, your work again this summer. Kyle, my impression is that the state forest program plays a significant role in firefighting, particularly some of the longer-term employees there who have leadership skills they can develop over time by participating in training in numerous fires, and that's a real specialized skill. I know that's what you all are bringing to the table there. Has there been any discussion in the fire funding group about trying to bolster? I mean, I feel like the state forest program has a lot on its plate, increasing costs, the HCP. It feels like it could be a problem for fire to the extent the state forest program has to withdraw more or be more focused only on delivering the goods for the state forest outcome. So has there been any discussion there about trying to broaden out or include some help for the state forest program as part of your discussion? Thank you.
Chair Kelly, Board Member Van Dyke. Absolutely, as a matter of fact. And through a couple different lenses. One is, if we've already got a staff of professional foresters and we're needing to do professional forestry work, what might be some opportunities if we were able to find successful funding, right? And so that could be a component of how we spend that money. That's one side of it. The other one is the cost, right? And so our state lands pay that full public rate. And is there some relief that we could find through this solution for all public landowners, of which state lands would benefit? And it's been certainly a focus of those conversations all the way through that we find an opportunity for all of Oregon's landowners to achieve affordability in those protection rates. And so, yes, I think incrementally on both ends, we're hoping to find some help.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank you for that, because I think that double rate they pay, to the extent they didn't, it might give them more flexibility to keep staff on who are then available for fire work while also meeting state forest goals. So thank you.
Okay, we'll take two more questions, but if we will, we can do that within 3 minutes, then we can stay 15 minutes behind schedule, which is my goal at this point. So who's next, with Ben? Or
I'll be quick.
Okay.
I wanted to take a moment, I in some ways kind of take for granted the singular vision and mission of ODF Fire, and I just wanted to say thank you for that clarity of purpose and for that strong work. I think there's kind of a lot of squinting about sacrificing resources in the name of, like forest resources in the name of cost savings, and I think it's important to remind ourselves that we're a body of the executive branch affecting the will of the legislature, and the legislature has spoken very clearly on this point, and your work is so valuable. And I think that the reason the legislature would say that so plainly is because so many Oregonians share those values. That is to say, when it's really easy to talk about in the abstract, but when it's your forest lands, when it's your entire savings, when it's your family being sacrificed, it takes on a whole different tone. And so in the context of that, you're not just firefighters, you're life and livelihood savers. And it's truly heroic. And I don't, sometimes in my participation in these events, I kind of take that as a given. These guys know that, you hear it some, but I don't know that you hear it from this body enough. And so I thank you sincerely.
You? Ben, yeah? No? No. All right. I think that brings us to the close of this section, and we will, I do want to make sure that we end today on time or before. So I am going to make that very clear from the onset, despite the fact that Joe Justice, because he's so close to home, thinks we should stay even later.
Long questions, just keep them going.
Okay, so we will reconvene. We'll shorten up our lunch a little bit, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, guys. Have a safe trip back.
Hello, can you hear us? No. I'd like to order a cocktail from the bar right now.
We heard you come through once.
Okay, then I muted it, so.
Yep.
How's your wife? Can you see us?
Yes, we can.
See the ceiling? That's
Oh, yeah.
just gotta keep it constant banter, otherwise it'll just roam around, right? Lays out. Sounds good.
There you go.
We'll be here. Do you have the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, we'll stand by. See you in a little while.
Give us a second.
Okay, I think we're past time, so Senator Golden has requested a moment. He says he'll be brief and would like to address us, and we are. You're taller than James. Welcome, Senator. I'm not sure you're getting.
Yep. How's that? Yeah? I asked for a couple minutes because I'll probably be hitting the road before you adjourn today, and I wanted to comment on two things I heard this morning. I'm really glad to be able to hear your conversation. And then, first of all, once again, thanks to all of us, all of you who hosted us, and they aren't in the room, but please convey my amazement at the work that went on out here this last fire season. These folks clearly deserve more support, and we're going to work hard to get it. So the two issues are funding, which we've talked about a bunch, and a point that came up this morning, wondering about this board's role in having input to the legislature and advice and that kind of thing. So the funding picture, you've heard a lot about this work group that is aiming to recommend a durable, adequate source of wildfire funding. We can't overestimate its importance, and all I really want to say about that is that no matter what, it's going to be even if we come to a sharp recommendation, passing it, getting 60% of the legislature to pass it, because it's going to include greater costs for Oregonians in pretty clear ways, is a steep climb. And we're going to need all of the support we can during the session from people who know how critical this need is. Different people in the room have different constraints on how involved they can get in all that, but we're going to need all the help we get. And then funding has another aspect. Even if we achieve great success legislatively and get more money than, even if you're optimistic about that, we're still going to have tough choices about how it gets spent. And there's been a lot of discussion about that and the statutory requirements about how it gets spent. But just one example, this is not the most important one this week, but yesterday on the tour, we were, I think at our first stop, there was discussion of, there was open field, couldn't see any structures. But somebody asked, well, down this road, are there structures? And the answer was yes, there are a few, and the same in the other direction. And the mandate is to protect those before you do other things. And I would want, if I lived down there, I'd want that to be the case. But as a practical matter, what does that cost, and what would the impact be when we are spending that money? Maybe it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars with these distances. What are we not spending in terms of mitigation and risk reduction? And we are told in our committee that the cost to Oregon of these fires, this is after a lot of data from a lot of fires nationally, but you can bet that the overall costs are at least 10 to 15 times the cost of suppression of a wildfire season. So if we're spending well north of $300 million in suppression this year, the cost to Oregon is well over $3 billion. So we can't afford not to do this work, and some of it is going to be hard choices. And maybe that statute needs revising in order for us to spend our money the best way. So the other point was, I think Bob brought up as a question, what is the proper role of this board in terms of talking to us in the legislature and advising us in the legislature? There is no prescribed answer to that question that I know of. But my personal feeling as the chair of the policy committee that's most relevant to your work is I would like to see you lean into that as far as you can, because otherwise we're squandering a really precious resource. This body deliberates more and hears more from relevant stakeholders and gets more data than any other body in state government, including my Natural Resources and Wildfire Committee. So for there to be any barrier or disincentive for you to give us your thoughts when statute's at stake, when you think something needs adjusting, to me, that would be a waste of a valuable resource. So exactly how you do that, letters of the board, through the chair, through the state forester, that's, I'm not sure about that. But I would hate to think that you have a strong insight on policy, whether it's wildfire or other forestry issues, and for some reason it doesn't get to us at the policymaking level. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Those are the two things I wanted to comment on, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. Thanks for the welcome to the legislative branch these last 3 days. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Senator. I think, to the point that you're making about us, what we can do in terms of lobbying, using the bully pulpit. I mean, I can go testify as chair, but not representing the board. And I do hope that and I don't think it would be that difficult for us to be able in our January meeting to be able to maybe do something that would give more force to that kind of testimony by being able to represent a point of view from the board together. Would love to be able to do that. So.
However we get it, but we'd sure like to get it when you have a strong view.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate having you out here.
Thank you
for this. Okay. We have a climate and carbon plan implementation update, and I'm not seeing any faces that I thought might be doing that. Oh, they're all online. Right. Oh, okay. Josh is got a role here. All right. Are you leading, Josh? Hey, are you there? They.
We are here.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves and get started, and hopefully we can fix our screen because right now you're just little tiny images.
Apologies for that. Chair Kelly, members of the board, a little bit of reverb. Sorry for that. I'm joined, John Karzik, Forest Resources, or Forest Planning Program. And today the item, the Climate Change Carbon Plan. And what we're hoping to do is provide a little bit of background for some context of where the plan came from, how it originated, and the outline basics of it, and provide some information as to what's been accomplished and what is projected going forward. And especially given the changes of the board over some years since the plan came, context will be helpful. So I'll give it to Danny to provide that background on conception.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny Norlander. I'm the Forest Climate Carbon and Health Analyst with ODF. I sit in the Resource Planning Program with John and a variety of other kind of subject matter experts and ones that don't fit other places. And was one of the key people worked on the Climate Change and Carbon Plan when it began development back in 2020. So next slide. There we go. All right, so for today, kind of the way we have it broken out, we'll kind of go into a little bit of the background of it. Some of the slides will look familiar. We've used them in the past, but just kind of as a reference point for people that weren't on the board or might need a little bit of a reminder. And then Josh Bernard will give a update from the Forest Resources Division. And then we'll switch back over to us and talk about where we're going in the future, and then open it up for Q&A after that. And hopefully keep us all on track and on schedule. So next slide. So in the past, this is a kind of a highlight summary of the various climate change and global warming efforts that the department has made through the years. Starting way back in 1990 with the Oregon Task Force on Global Warming report, and then a variety of things in the 90s. Moving into the early 2000s, House Bill 2200 was passed in 2001, which did a lot of different things related to climate change, global warming, including giving the department the ability to develop a forest carbon offset program, which we've never done and have since kind of watched the more private sector move into that space. Forestry program for Oregon, the revision in 2003, took more of an effort to look at global warming. And then the other one in that kind of time frame was the Oregon Global Warming Commission, was developed in 2007, and it has been kind of a driver since then. In the 2010s, the teens, we had the first climate adaptation framework that the state developed, another revision of the forestry program for Oregon, and then a few other things, including the ecosystem carbon report that was published in 2019, looking at what the flux and storage and sequestration was on forest lands across all ownerships in the state. And that was a deep partnership with the U.S. Forest Service FIA program. And then moving into the 2020s, so a little bit more recent history, the Governor Brown signed Executive Order 2004, which kind of put a number of things on a lot of different plates for state agencies, including ODF. And then we also began working on a revision to the FPFO, which we have finally finished up this summer to some degree. And then jumping forward a few years, kind of keep this a little bit brief, HB 3409 was passed in 2023, and that provided $10 million to the Natural Working Lands Funds. And we can talk more about that later on. So next slide. So this is just kind of another summary of those larger legislative efforts over time, going back to 1997 all the way to 2023. And you can see there have been a variety of efforts, some successful, some not successful, around climate change and the development of statewide policy around climate change in Oregon. Next slide. So this specific plan, in March of 2020, Governor Brown signed Executive Order 2004, like I mentioned, and that put the task to ODF to develop a report among a number of other agencies on what we were doing related to climate change within our existing statutory authorities. ODF successfully did that, and our report garnered more public feedback than any of the other ones combined. And there were about 13 different agencies in that, I think. So with that in mind, the governor's office asked us to develop a climate change plan, and that was kind of the cracking of the egg of the CCCP. So we kind of went into development of that at that time. Next slide. So we got this letter. So this is all back in previous board presentations and materials. So I really wanted the department to become a regional leader, a national leader in climate change and climate smart forestry, and really kind of set us up as having a vision and a roadmap for how we're going to address that within the state and within forestry. Go ahead, next slide. So this used to be the forestry program for Oregon section. Now it is the Vision for Oregon Forest section, which has been revised and is still a little bit of work going on with that. So just as a reminder, this is really just kind of the vision, the strategic plan for the board, for the department. But it is not a statute, it is not a rule, it's a document and a process that provides a coherent foundation for both you and for the department, setting priorities, having policy deliberations, providing guidance to department staff, what the initiatives are and what the planning process should be. So that's basically the entire day of the entire agenda for today, summed up right there. And the goals from the climate change and carbon plan were incorporated into that vision as kind of the core climate leadership priority. So there's kind of the first linkage between the climate change and carbon plan and the vision for Oregon forests moving forward. Next slide. And then a little bit of the just kind of the meat from the CCCP. Here we have the purpose of making Oregon forestry a leader in climate change mitigation and adaptation, and promote climate smart forestry policies and actions to achieve the vision and by operationalizing the goals, implementing the actions, and measuring the progress to achieve climate goals. And one note there is the development of this was kind of concurrent with the Global Warming Commission's Natural Working Lands proposal, which has now been renamed as the Climate Action Commission. And it was going through that, and it had specific, more tangible goals about how many metric tons of carbon dioxide should be sequestered on an annual basis moving forward. So the two were moved together along the same time frame and kind of referenced each other, but weren't explicitly linked. And then the vision there is that the Department of Forestry becomes a national leader in climate smart forestry and set socially equitable forest policies. So next slide. We did have 4 specific principles related to that climate change is a serious threat, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, natural resource dependent communities, and those growing up in intergenerational poverty have been and continue to be among the most climate impacted communities. A lot of work is continuing in those lines with the Environmental Justice Commission, which ODF does have liaisons to, and there are forestry representatives on. And then also that Oregon's forest sector offers opportunities for significant sequestration and storage, both in the forest and in harvested wood products. And then the last one there is that as changing climates affect forests, incorporation of the best available science and practices will be key to adaptive management and planning across ownership type, size, and goals. So this slide hasn't really changed, and if anything, I think it might be a little bit more pertinent today than it was when this was developed. We do need a plan for climate change. We are seeing warmer, longer summers, more extreme and variable weather. And then if we look at the chart on the right there, we're already reaching that 1.5 degrees Celsius on the top. So that's an 8.4 times more likely to have heat events, and then the various other impacts there are all detrimental, whether it's extreme rain events, extreme heat events. Earlier was mentioned a heat dome. So, there's a lot of debate continuing about the effects of that and things like Arctic amplification and heat domes and heat waves and what that means for forests and for specifically like wildfire during the summer, but also ice storms during the winter, and just entire ecosystem and function and health is becoming more and more volatile. Next slide. So then a couple of things from the IPCC, from AR6. So these are that basically human influence is causing a warming climate and the impacts there. And some of that I think that we've been seeing with tropical cyclones recently, and also heat waves and heavy precipitation events and whatnot. Next slide. Just a reminder of what we went through to develop the plan. So when we were requested to draft this plan, we started doing that, and we had a wealth of information that we could pull from based on previous board meetings and all of that previous work that we had done back to 1990, essentially. So we went through that and we started to draft what would become the climate change and carbon plan. Being that it was centered around climate smart forestry, we did a lot of work on defining that for the department, defining that for the board about what that meant, and incorporated that into the plan. And then we had some initial Board of Forestry and executive team department review of that. We went back, redrafted all of that into and incorporated their input, and then went out for stakeholder and public outreach. and we tried to do some specific outreach to traditionally disadvantaged communities, and learned a lot in that process. And some of that continued on into the FPFO revision, which became the vision for Oregon forests revision there. So it became an iterative process there. We incorporated the feedback from the stakeholders and the public outreach, came back to the board with a pre-decision workshop to kind of go over that incorporation, get more feedback, and then went back and did final editing and had the plan to be approved in November of 2021. After that, we intended to start on the FPFO revision, so go ahead and click right there. At the time, the plan was to use this as kind of a framework for the FPFO revision, and we were expecting that to take 12 months maybe. That turned into a much longer process and got us to where we are today with that. So, next slide. So what is climate smart forestry? I'm not going to bore you with the stuff on the right in the boxes, but basically it's anchored in sustainable forest management, which was a large part of previous FPFO efforts, and emerged in the early 2010s from climate smart agriculture. And it contains 3 core parts for our planning purposes, and that's forest adaptation. So this is all towards climate change. So adaptation to climate change. Climate mitigation, so that's removal of carbon dioxide from the air and sequestration of that. And then a social dimension, which gets split in 2. So it's the 4-legged, 3-legged stool. And that includes communities and economies on the social side of things. And it's slightly different than some other climate smart forestry definitions, which really only include adaptation and mitigation. But we thought it was very important to include that social dynamic in the conversation as well. Through all of that, we came up with 8 climate action goals to climate smart forestry and silviculture, fire management, response, fire and smoke adapted communities, state forest management, forest lands, climate resilience and ecological function restoration, urban and community forests, reforestation and afforestation, maintaining conserving forests, and then research and monitoring. And the intent was really that these not be siloed into specific divisions within ODF or necessarily ODF as a whole, but could be broad across all of Oregon forestry. So like a lot of these, we have many partners that are very important, especially in things like the urban and community forest space, where it's really the municipalities and the communities that are really doing the work on the ground, and we're providing the in this case funding and technical assistance and support that they need to be successful there. And things like research and monitoring, where we rely heavily on partners at universities and Forest Service and national programs, as well as some internal efforts, specifically like our forest ecologists working on the forest ecosystem carbon report, or state forest doing monitor on their managed lands. Next slide. Yes. So we did have supporting actions, and those supporting actions, again, keeping them out of silos, weren't linked to specific goals. So it wasn't like there was a supporting action or a set of supporting actions that would support each specific goal. Some of the supporting actions were supported of multiple different goals, and there were interactions between them. So some of those may be a one-to-one relationship, specifically like stuff on state forest lands or urban community forestry, but it wasn't limited to that. And then these were intended to be worked on across the entire agency, not just different divisions. So, next slide. We'll hand it over to Josh now for some information on forest resources. Now I'm going to go on mute.
Great, thanks, Danny. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Josh Bernard, Division Chief for the Forest Resources Division. I'd like to highlight some of the division's ongoing work that supports the climate change and carbon plan. I'll start with our Urban and Community Forestry Program, which offers incentives, training opportunities, and on-site technical assistance to help local governments and community-based organizations improve their urban forest management. The program also administers and promotes the Arbor Day Foundation recognition programs, which contain ways to recognize climate-forward approaches, such as Tree City USA. The program is also in the process of purchasing a statewide tree canopy assessment tool, which can assist local jurisdictions in responding to climate change and related weather extremes and invasive insects, and help identify green infrastructure improvement zones. And the program is providing technical assistance to the Department of Land, Conservation and Development to assist in the design and implementation of a community green infrastructure grant program that came out of the bill that Danny referenced early in his slide there, 3409. The program has also acquired a $26.6 million grant to promote urban and community forestry investment and tree equity for overburdened and underserved communities. This investment enables the division to further the climate and carbon change plans, urban and community forest goals by working with local governments and community-based organizations to empower local communities to improve the natural ecosystem around them through design and implementation of urban forestry plans and actions. Our urban community forestry staff have also been key players in the state response to emerald ash borer and Mediterranean oak borer, and continue to partner with numerous organizations to identify and help implement strategies for improving environmental, economic, and social performance of Oregon's urban wood and woody biomass supply chain. Relative to the Forest Practices Act, as you know, there have been monumental changes to the forest practice rules since the Climate Change and Carbon Plan was initially adopted. The Private Forest Accord, an agreement amongst the representatives of the forest industry and environmental interests to revise the forest practice rules in pursuit of incidental take permits, is designed to provide regulatory certainty while better protecting natural resources, which will support maintaining and conserving forests for the long term and preventing conversion to other uses. The Private Forest Accord also established a robust adaptive management program focused on the effectiveness of the new rules and providing a mechanism to adjust as needed over time, which supports maintaining and conserving forests by helping maintain healthy habitat for the species covered under the incidental take permits. Our forest health staff provide technical help and training to forest owners, landowners, and agencies about forest health and pest management and the value of leaving some dead trees on the landscape as captured carbon. They also work to eradicate or slow the spread of various invasive species such as sudden oak death, emerald ash borer, Mediterranean oak borer, and others, which contribute to forest health and increasing resilience to other disturbances. They're also working on developing two resources, a pest risk mapping tool to predict risk of specific pests based on various factors, including climate models, and a guidance document on establishing and maintaining climate resilient forests that also details new tools such as forest-specific climate modeling and seed zone transfer tools. Forest Health and Monitoring staff also led the implementation of the Climate Smart Forestry Award to promote climate smart forestry, which was presented to the board last month for the first time. The nomination period for 2025 is open during the month of October, so moving into the next cycle already. Our landowner assistance programs provide financial and technical assistance to forest landowners to reduce the pressure to convert forest land to non-forest uses, which helps to conserve and maintain forests. Many of the practices implemented through our partnerships with entities such as the USDA, Forest Service, State and Private Forestry Program, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service and the Farm Service Agency promote forest lands, climate resilience, and ecological function restoration. Specific examples include our work with NRCS and landowners, where stand improvement treatments or fuels reduction work is occurring to improve the drought tolerance, fire resilience, and response to disturbance. The Forest Legacy Program is a program that addresses privately owned forest lands that face threats of conversion due to development pressures. The program provides funds for private forest lands for the purchase of development rights through either a conservation easement or a fee title acquisition into public ownership with the goal of maintaining the lands as a working forest. The state funded a small forest land grant program, which was a Senate Bill 762 program, and the Landscape Resiliency Program fund projects to reduce wildfire risk through the restoration of landscapes and the reduction of that support forest lands, climate resilience, and ecological function as well. On the reforestation goals, yesterday you heard about our current efforts on post-fire recovery. We're working on a site-by-site basis to maintain and conserve these forests for the long term through placing trees appropriately back on the landscape. Consistent with the climate change and carbon plan's reforestation and afforestation goal, we are encouraging the reforestation of burned lands where appropriate, while considering species selection, diversity, and future management options while helping landowners leverage federal incentives to obtain those goals. In the last 2 years, the J.E. Schroeder Seed Orchard has been working to establish 2 new western larch orchards, 2 Eastern Oregon Douglas fir, and 1 ponderosa pine seed orchard for Eastern Oregon. Obtaining high-quality seed of these species has been a perpetual problem, and once these seed orchards begin producing, the Oregon Seed Bank may purchase seed and make it available to family forest landowners through the Oregon Seed Bank program. Additionally, the J.E. Schroeder Seed Orchard has been supporting tree improvement efforts in the Pacific Northwest for many years, making improved seed available to state and large industrial landowners. Over time, the zones for which seed can be used has expanded due to the tree improvement efforts. The seed orchard continues to participate in tree improvement and is currently engaged in 3rd cycle selective breeding for hemlock and Douglas fir, which includes samples planted into the west wild to test performance. Each cycle of tree improvement is expected to result in growth gains and be more ecologically resilient by introducing a wider range of elite characteristics. Tree seed currently being deployed that is sourced from the seed orchard is mostly from the 1st generation breeding efforts, with the bulk of 2nd generation seed 5 to 7 years out, and then for the deployment and 3rd generation seed about 12 years out. Through the Oregon Seed Bank, family forest landowners will have access to the latest selections as those become viable. Going forward, we were able to acquire grant funding to help support the development of additional seed orchards to fill seed gaps for other species. In 2025 and beyond, we anticipate establishing new seed orchards of incense cedar, Port Orford cedar, Willamette Valley ponderosa pine, and giant sequoia. Obtaining high-quality seed of these species has also been an issue, and we're hoping to develop a secure supply at the Schroeder Seed Orchard. Lastly here, on federal lands, our Federal Forest Restoration Program works in partnership with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to accelerate the pace, scale, and quality of forest restoration to increase the resilience to wildfire, drought, and disturbance. So that concludes my portion of the update. I'll turn it back over to John and Danny.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that. And so as part of the context for where we came from and what we're doing, there's also a consideration of where we're going and what that entails. And so to follow up on that and just a review of what that looks like, the next set of slides.
Yeah, so there's some more slides. We can get those pulled back up. So how are we doing? We just heard from Josh about how we're doing for forest resources and all of the various programs and efforts that are taking place there. This is a quick assessment, kind of back of the envelope assessment of how we're doing in a matrix form, kind of a Mondrian graphic there. So it compares the goals on top to the supporting actions on the side. Where it's grayed out, they weren't necessarily associated from the start. So you can see that there's quite a bit of green. The big, huge, dark green one, that's urban and community forestry, with the various very successful program that they have set up, have far surpassed, both the goals and the supporting actions that were set out in this plan. There's some areas where we could improve for sure, but I think that's pretty common across all sorts of plans. So a variety of unforeseen changes, legislatively, policy-wise, have made it so that some goals and actions are unachievable, very difficult. And then we haven't had the ability to do real in-depth tracking related to this. And there was an intention to do so at one point. So I think we can go to the next slide. So the intention really was to develop those metrics and that tracking early on. But as we started to work on the FPFO, we kind of put that on the back burner because we were hoping that the two would kind of meld together. So we really started working on the vision document, and with what that would look like down the road and what the metrics would be for that. We're not there yet with that document either. And I think it really comes down to, are you a lumper or a splitter? So do you want lots of different metrics, lots of different tracking across lots of different plans and lots of different efforts? So that would kind of be one of the bottom right there. Or do you want a select number of metrics what you can compare things across a variety of different efforts? So maybe the top left, grouping clumping. So what are the vision metrics going to look like? That conversations in the future. And do you want to detach the vision metrics from the CCCP metrics? So all that conversation needs to take place into the future. And then, go back. So we had a anticipated revision timeline of 5 years with the CCCP. And we still are holding to that 5 years at this time. And we're anticipating that we'll begin that revision process in late of 2025. So about a year from now, we'll start looking at the revision of that. And that would hopefully put it on track to be updated within that 5-year window. And within that, we'll incorporate any and all recent statute changes, organizational shifts internally and externally. And then whatever the latest climate projections and information are, that's always changing and getting more detailed as we move forward. And also a variety of work that we're doing internally around monitoring and projections and like updating the forest ecosystem carbon report would be one example of that. And then I wanted to kind of wrap up our section with other activities that are taking place within the state. The Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan, which is really run by DLCD. The Climate Change and Adaptation Framework is being integrated into that. The Natural Working Lands Fund that I mentioned earlier, that's a combination of the Climate Action Commission as well as OWEB, ODA, ODFW, and ODF. The ODF side of that is that we have 3 separate projects. $750,000 is going to the seed orchard for climate smart forestry seed and species selection and getting work done there. And then we have 2 separate projects that really look to help us support the CCCP at a more local level, and that's working with tribes. So there's $1 million for tribal efforts around climate smart forestry, and then 1.5 million for SWCDs and watershed councils and other special districts to work on implementing climate smart forestry with landowners. And that can be either practices or technical assistance, but really wanted to make that as place-based as possible and make it so that the different locales within the state were able to do that and not just a blanket approach. And then ODA, ODFW, and OWEB all have a variety of projects, and we can provide you the information on those more specifically if you'd like, but it has all been presented at the Climate Action Commission, so that all that detail is on their website too. OCRI, so the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute at OSU, always has great projects going on, and continues to. They recently finished up their most recent climate assessment, so that's always fun reading. And then the Environmental Justice Council is working on an environmental justice mapping tool, very data heavy, very data rich, and that's a work with DLCD again and OHA, and all of the members of the Environmental Justice Council. And then DLCD has a few other projects like the Climate Change Social Vulnerability Assessment, which has been released recently, and then ongoing work around climate friendly and equitable communities. And then just this week, the LA State Research Forest Management Plan was approved through the State Land Board. So DSL will be working on that, and that I think provides a very good tool for us to look at future research and work to answer questions that come up around climate change, climate smart forestry, and how all of that interacts with Oregon's coastal forests. And this is just a smattering of the more natural resource ones, related ones. There are many more going on across the state in many different spaces. So if John has anything to wrap up, and then I think we can do questions. And
I would just add on in an ancillary way that and to the point that Danny just referenced with the plan itself as it's been implemented and realized through the actions that Josh referenced in very direct ways internal to ODF. It certainly provided substantive direction and guidance, or at least affirmation to a lot of the external stakeholders that are referenced here of note, and to the extent that it's been represented and informed to the Climate Change Action Commission and in the National Working Lands work that's been done there. And so in very explicit ways, it's provided a framework of clarification of function, and even including on the Elliott side relative to informing the avenues of realization of that climate smart forestry intention. So either whether it's direct or indirect, it's had a substantive value and impact in terms of informing actions, internal and external.
And it's been held up as one of the early efforts around government policy related to climate smart forestry and some peer reviewed research. So it to some degree did put us as a leader in climate smart forestry. So, and I think the last slide, there we go.
Thank you. We'll move to questions. Liz, go ahead.
Yeah, to Josh or the folks remotely. Let's see. I wrote this down. I gotta put my glasses on. So, to me, where we are in climate change, there's so much going on. It's almost like the Wild Wild West. Lots of changes as we move forward, gain more knowledge, gain more experience. And I saw the list of other agencies, departments that are working on climate change. Are we doing any intentional cross-learning in what they're picking up and what we're picking up? Does that happen informally or formally with y'all?
Definitely happens informally.
Okay.
There's a variety of efforts that have taken place and are ongoing around climate change, and like the adaptation framework group continues to meet on a regular basis. The Climate Action Commission, so that Natural Working Lands, the governor actually pulled together those agencies and had us work together to create kind of a holistic view of that, so that we weren't competing for dollars, but working so that we were leveraging the efforts the best we could. So there's definitely places where that's happening. And then working in other areas, like across states and across government levels, so federal, state, local. We do have various projects that are going on and incorporate ODS staff and federal staff and university people. So I would say, yeah, we do as much as we can to incorporate broad learning and kind of information sharing across spaces.
Great. And I did have one question to Josh on, just because of what we heard yesterday and this morning. These are, we never know when it's going to flare up, and make some really big changes on the land. And how shiftable, Josh, are some of your priorities that you listed? And I was thinking of the seed orchard. I mean, will you be assessing in those areas different ecotypes that are impacted? How are you able to shift some of the projects and priorities that may come with, catastrophic events or events that we did not predict in the future?
Thanks for the question. Josh Bernard, Forestry Resources Division Chief. So right now, I think you heard a little bit in what I described there, where, I think after having gone through a couple of these post-fire recovery seasons, right, there's additions to orchards being conducted, and, trying to expand those, where those seed sources can be placed on the landscape. The real adaptability there and the ability to move is generally through these other fund sources that come in. So federal funding and or what Danny mentioned, Natural Working Lands, we're collaborating with Danny out at the seed orchard to help expand that as we can and close as many of those gaps as possible. Traditionally, a large portion of the landscape on the eastern side of the state has not typically been the type of forestry that requires reforestation. So that's what's requiring us to kind of build up that bank. And the Oregon Seed Bank has the ability to purchase seed from any one of our standing orchards up to a certain percentage amount. So that's why it's key for us to establish that at Schroeder Seed Orchard and be able to make that available. Otherwise, you're probably dealing with trying to collect woods run seed through seed collection and those sorts of things. And then you're doing that after the fact, and there's a delay in the planting and things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So thank you all for the presentation. It's great to get an update on this. Is it possible, John and Danny, to put up that slide that showed the series of goals that you identified in the plan? It struck me as I listened to all the things that you all said and what Josh presented that a lot of these goals are described in actions that you're taking, but they seem to be tacked on to things that you're doing already, rather than having this plan drive new actions, new ways of doing things. So I'm struggling with, what's new here and what's something you've always been doing or have been doing for a while, and now you're casting it in a climate-smart forestry frame. And maybe I'm just not understanding, and that's probably the case. I'm just not getting it. But I want to know how that plan is really changing, substantively changing the way, Josh, your division works, and Mike, how yours does. And I was struck by the recent news report that the Elliott is entering the carbon market. why is it that they're doing that and we're not thinking about things like that? So I'm still struggling with where does this interface with all the other things that you do?
We're not running the PowerPoint, so if someone else could bring that up.
Well, that's being brought back up. Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So I think you hit on a good point, Brenda. So we've been trying to pick this up as we go along. I think a key step we've been waiting for here is the completion of the visions for Oregon's forests, and we've got a couple of large plans here to merge all into the work that we do. So I think maybe we'll hear a little bit from Joy about how that transforms in the future as we bring all this planning together. But without that, we've been trying to build it in as we can go, but I think we might hear some more from Joy later today.
Thanks, Josh. That's helpful. That context up front would have been helpful. Thank you.
Ben, first.
Thank you, Ben Darmling, for the record, and thank you for this update and the report. And it was a long time coming, and I appreciate getting this back on our agenda. A couple thoughts. One, I guess Josh, I appreciated your report. I would love to have heard Mike and Kyle talk as well about what's going on in your divisions, because this is not just a Forest Resources focused plan. So hopefully we can get those reports in the next time this comes up, and not in a couple of years, but pretty sooner than that, hopefully. Again, not wanting to ask for something as a board member, but just calling out that was missing from today's reports. And love to, since you guys are in the room, if you have any thoughts on that, would love to hear that. And also, sort of in the spirit of each of us board members have our own pet issues that we bring to this work. Maintain and conserve forests. We have a significant loss of forest that takes place every year here in the state, with conversion of forest land to agricultural uses. And that's something that we should be tracking, at least, before we even talk about whether and how we should be doing anything about that. So putting that out there, I don't know how we go about that, but I think that, Josh, that might land in your department with Ferns, of keeping track of the thousands and thousands of acres of forest land that we lose in the state every year. And that's probably the biggest bang for the buck that we can get when it comes to our climate change and carbon plan, is keeping forests in forests. That's the low-hanging fruit. So, but yeah, thank you for having this on the agenda today.
Sorry to wade in. To the question on tracking land use. Sorry, the reverb causes a bit of a delay. So there's the Farm and Forest report that's been conducted out of this group since I think late 70s. So it was able to capture pre-land use laws, and then the transition into those laws, and now post-land use law state of being. And so that report it is in coordination with federal partners and some other entities, and does a good overview of the change and transition of conversion of lands. And that comes out, I think, every 4 years or 5 years. And that's just a function of when flyovers are available for data input. And I believe that we have an update that was completed not too long ago. It used to be a regular feature back to the board, not too terribly long ago, just because it spoke to such that substantive issue of the status of forest land. It does also provide a foundational bearing to DLCD in their approximation of, to lack of a better degree, effectiveness of the land use laws that maintain the natural resource land composition. So.
Just Ben Dormley, a follow up on that. I'm familiar with that report. I would love to see the latest one if you could share that with the board.
Yeah.
I have not seen it in a while. My impression was that was I don't know if superficial is the right word, but a sort of top-down look that didn't seem to capture what I see on the ground. I'm wondering if there's maybe other ways that we could complement that data to get a little bit more at the issue that I see on the ground.
It is lacking in granularity, for sure.
Going to
Thank-
Heath and then Bob.
Thanks, Jim. I wanted to comment, I think like many believe that forestry plays a meaningful role in responding to, adapting to and mitigating climate change. But I think there's a great deal of debate about the way in which forests can be managed most productively toward that end. Brenda, your comment presupposed change and asked the agency what changes are they making. And I guess I would just ask that we be very deliberate and talk among ourselves and be very transparent here about changes as we make them. That is to say, I think there are trade-offs involved there, and I think the goals and the vision that we drafted recognized in some places those trade-offs. And so I would hope we could have a conversation about those changes and then move toward implementation rather than the other way around.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I first want to say I'm really glad to see you here and glad you're on board the ODF team and doing this work. It'll be helpful for me, Josh, if I could get your report as a written document and also these slides. There was one in particular that had all the goals and the progress on all the goals, and it was just a little hard to read on the screen. Some of the type was a little small. I've got a copy of the 2022 to 2024 Climate Change and Action Plan, March 2022. It's the work plan. And the one really main thing it's got on it is under topic B, Framework for Climate Change, develop a framework the department can utilize to conduct analysis of policy changes, rule development, or rule revisions. Was that complete? That seems like a neat thing to have that we could use to look at potential changes. And was that completed, and does it get used?
It was not completed. It was kind of put aside as the PFAs were being developed.
Okay.
To see where those were headed.
Okay. Well, for me, I think some future conversation, if we want to revive that, if it's got usefulness, might be helpful. Sort of getting at some of the things Ben mentioned, like to the extent conversion was happening, or we could affect conversion, or even we had in our meeting here, we learned about how some fire areas are not being reforested. So, like the lack of reforestation that might be related to policy could help us, a tool to help quantify the effects of that might be helpful. The last thing I have is just a question, I think, and maybe it's for you, Cal, which is where are we on program funding? Do we have some staff that are in the base budget or some of this term? Do we need POPs for this? Or so where are we on the climate change resources in terms of ongoing support within the base budget? And thank you.
Yeah, there was a POP for the governor's GRB that affected the planning division, but I think these two guys have been secured to continue their work. So, John, am I still right on that?
I believe so.
That was the last word I had.
Thank you all.
Just want to follow up on the points that Ben and Bob made. Not only do we need land use change data for loss of forest land, we also need land use change for gain of forest land through afforestation, since that's one of the goals that's listed in this plan. And I didn't hear anything about that directly. Maybe I missed it, Josh. I'm sorry. That seems like something that could be done. That would be a change. And like Ben, I just want to reiterate Ben's point. It would be really great to hear from Kyle and Mike how this plan is integrated into what you're thinking.
Yeah, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mikamoto, I'm Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief. And yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, and that's a conversation that we're looking to enter into with the Forest Management Plan modeling for the start and setting that overall context. There's a large policy question, and that's, of course, one of the things that we'll be exploring, to be able to look at different rotation lengths, different carbon outcomes from different scenarios. In terms of, well, of course, we're one of the cooperators in many of the orchards at J. Schroeder. And those efforts are also benefiting us, and some of them at our behest as well as one of the cooperators for those genetic improvements. But I think a lot of the more operational pieces, they have not changed yet. I think it becomes more clear how they change once we have a new forest management plan. And of course, the HCP. Obviously, with the HCP, there's going to be a tremendous carbon storage bank there in the HCAs, ancillary benefit of the plan. So it really remains to be seen what it looks like on balance for the landscape with whatever scenarios, outcomes the board likes on balance for the remainder of the lands as well. So it's all a bit forthcoming, hopefully in the next few months.
Board Member McComb, again, for the record, Kyle Williams. This is one I have to admit, airdropping into the agency at the end of April. I haven't specifically looked at the plan. I got a little sidetracked, but it's an interesting question, and I wrote it down, and I want to go back and talk to staff. I mean, right, the best thing we can do from our protection division perspective is to keep green things green. And so obviously we're working through that, and we've talked about that. But some of the other, I think, relevant work that we're really diving in on is the expansion of the prescribed fire program, right, as a method of creating a landscape that will be able to stay green into perpetuity, and that those trees will continue to grow and retain, and all the good things that we're trying to do there. And there's many other facets of the policy work that our folks are diving into that I think tie in really well. And so I wrote myself a note, and we'll do a good job of going back and having a conversation with the staff and getting you guys a good update. Yep.
So Kyle, some of us had a conversation at lunch, and while we all agree that nobody wants fires in July and August, but as we drove down the highway yesterday, we were looking when we were getting into the trees, and we were seeing some areas that burned very hot and some areas that didn't, and looked like they had really been treated. And I think it would be very interesting if, and you can tell us how possible this is, that we would be able to actually try to map in these wildfires how much of the wooded areas have actually had low intensity burns that would be kind of counted as mitigation acres. Given the scale of the fires in eastern Oregon this year, this could be really important information for us all to have. Not that we want to celebrate that kind of fire, but if there's some good stuff that's happened on the landscape, and it looks like it, some of it, amongst all the bad news, we need to know what happened.
Chair Kelly, absolutely, and appreciate that point. And this is actually a Josh and I's division, and those guys, right? So there will be analysis post-fire of some of this work, and we can make sure it's focused on the things we talked about. But in my mind, specific for us, it ties into a comment that Chris Klein made last night about an opportunity we have in front of us now, right? 1.9 million acres, 330,000-ish specific to private lands that ODF protects, that whether we liked it or not, are at some point of starting over or starting anew right now. And how do we make sure that we don't lose that opportunity and keep those acres at that point where we can manage fire in it into the future? And so, yeah, very much focused in that same fashion, like, okay, let's not lose track of this landscape, because it's going to be important for the ongoing work we want to do.
Great, thank you.
Can I make a quick comment there?
Sure.
So, thanks, Jim. That's an interesting question. And one thing that we could probably take from the federal side of things is they do lots of post-fire analysis and assessment of those fires, like the BEAR program. And they do lots of it via satellite and remote sensing and whatnot. State doesn't really have a program for that. We did some after 2020 fires, but it would be another area to look at in the future on the monitoring and the assessment. And that does tend to show where there are lower impacts or higher impacts.
Well, I love the idea of taking advantage of their research rather than paying for our own. So,
Yeah, the processes do exist there.
great.
You need to figure out how to implement that.
Any other questions? Thank you all very much for being here with us, both online and in person. And we're going to take a very quick bathroom break, and let's just try to keep it to 8 minutes and get back at 2:15. Oh. Conversation afterwards. People are going to be pointing at. Okay. All right, let's get started. Everybody here? All right. Next item for conversation here is the Department Strategic Planning. And we're going to get an overview. Who is, Kyle, are you leading this, or Joy?
Joy is actually going to have this one.
Okay, Joy, over to you.
I thought Kyle and I were tag teaming it.
We are. We're a tag team for this item. Yep.
Yep. So for the record, Joy Krosick, I'm ODF's Public Affairs Director, and I have been helping get the vision for Oregon's forests across the finish line, and we did officially, and there was much celebration, and now it's time to put it into action. So we've had a lot of questions and curiosity from the board of how are we going to do that? How do we make sure that this doesn't just get put on a shelf, get all dusty and ignored? So in general, the agency's focus is on reestablishment of a regular agency-wide kind of planning cycle and process, which was a part of the department's operational cycle for years and years. Some of that got put on hold when the FPFO/vision work started to create this opportunity where we get to kind of reimagine what those planning processes look like, look at what we've done in the past, and determine, what's the right direction for us for the future. So, not just specific to the vision, but overall, there are some key benefits to getting this planning cycle back in place. A big one is increasing alignment between the important policy work that happens out of Salem and operations on the ground in the field, and making sure there's that priority and workload alignment at all levels of the agency, and that includes alignment with what the board and department executive team have set out in the vision. So also providing a pathway for operationalizing it. We can't just go straight from mission, vision, values, goals to, well, now it's work on the ground. There needs to be some sort of go-between to bridge that. And not just for the vision, but this would also incorporate the climate carbon plan and 20-year strategy. Basically, at a high level, those great big strategy documents would then feed into the subsequent plans. And they kind of tier and feed off of each other to help with that alignment and consistency. A huge one for us as a department is dedicating the time and effort to getting this planning process reestablished is how we can shift our attention from responsive, reactive to proactive. We have to put in the work on the planning side to be able to anticipate and get out ahead of things and get prepared for them. Last benefit is it'll be a resource for the board as you all work on your work plans. These will be documents that lay out, here are the big things we're working on. Here's the intersection with the board. And also give, I know to comments that Bob's made at past meetings, give a bit of a lens into capacity. What all is the department working on? Where are its folks all scattered out? And what is that capacity for new, different initiatives? So recently, the exec team decided, okay, we need to get this done. And as sad as I was that it would be taken off my plate, it requires a very different skill set than I have. Or at least that's what I'm going with. So where we landed was forming a small internal work group with representation from each of our 4 divisions and 3 areas at the operations and policy analyst type level, very much in their wheelhouse, and they'd be charged with developing our planning process, developing the associated documents that would go with it, like what does this annual action plan look like? How do we document it? How do we make it readable? They'd also be responsible for developing a reporting structure, and that would really anchor into the big one is situational awareness. I think Joe tossed that phrase out earlier, but for the executive team and for the board, and for other identified key groups who really need those insights into what we're working on and how we're progressing. So situational awareness component, but also transparency, accountability, those really important things, because you can't get there without some sort of check-in structure so that we have the opportunity to see what's happening and, if necessary, redirect. Kind of taking an adaptive management approach for the agency overall. See there. Oh, also, they'd be charged with developing an implementation plan for this new planning process. So it's not just, oh, here are the documents. It's going out and working with the folks who will be building them, training them up, helping them understand how everything works together. So that way, once we do start planning, it's not this huge burden of trying to figure out this whole new process on our own. So I guess really high level moving forward, hopefully convening the internal work group by the end of the year. I'll still be available as a resource to the work group as needed for background continuity, whatever they need. Ideally, work products would be complete by next spring, so 2025, so that we can begin implementation and training. And then because of timing, there would end up having to be kind of an abbreviated biennial planning, which is the important part I missed. So from the great big strategy bucket level, ideally, there would be, the first step down would be biennial plans at the division level that set out priority work, strategies, objectives, outcomes. And then the action planning would happen in part still at the division level, because there's going to be things that they're directly responsible for, but primarily other programs and our field element. So it would be similar to our past practice of fiscal year operating plans, but rather than just being independently developed based on division, program, field unit priorities, they would be anchored into what's coming out of the divisions for the full biennium. And where that's important is one of the planned, I guess, kind of sub-cycles of all of this is to get out ahead of our budgetary planning. So we know from the KPM discussions that there's a window in the spring of even number years. That's also when our LCs happen, when our POPs happen, and those are all interconnected. So under this model, basically at the end of the odd numbered years, we would start planning for what we have to request in the even number. And I wish I had an example of the plan that Protection Division's been putting together, because it's a great illustration of this, of looking at what is the work we're doing now, how does that grow into what we want to do next, and what else do we need beyond what we have now to make that happen, so we can be planning for it proactively rather than trying to piece it all together at the end of the process. I think that's the high points. Kyle, what did I miss?
No, Joy, you didn't miss anything. It's really, from our perspective, cabinet level, right, operationalizing the vision. A lot of work went into that, setting that course. And so now how do we get to that implementation phase? And one of the benefits we see from that is, right, we've already got all this work that we're doing. We've got the plans, right, the climate protection plan, 20-year strategy, all of these different high-level guiding documents. How is the work we're already doing connecting to those so that we can tell that more transparently, just like the discussion we just had? How do we guide that work, right, that needs to fill in those gaps? For us, in the world that we live in, right, the emergency service, fire, all that, we have a couple different tools. The planning P, this concept of plan, do, check, right? You say you're going to go do the thing. How are you doing with it? And then what's the progress towards the finish line? That's what Joy is laying out in terms of the work that work group is going to be tasked with. Come back to us and create that roadmap so that in future cycles, Bobby, you said a couple times this morning, it really helps. I need to know the timeline and the check-in points so that I can ensure I'm on the right pathway to success. And that's exactly what we're talking about creating here through the biannual planning process and then the annual plans that would actually be the action plan for it. And so really appreciate the work that Joy has done to get us to this point relative to finishing the vision and then setting us up for success here, and looking forward to the work that we can get done through the spring and as we launch into this. As Joy said, all of this work is happening in interdivisional now. We're really, Josh and I were just having a conversation about how we can kind of look broadly across divisions, meld that work, identify opportunities that maybe these folks are doing that, these folks can help tier into. And I think by this broader kind of planning cycle for the agency, we're going to be able to identify those opportunities more readily. So with that, I think, unless there's questions, or probably I'd turn it over to you guys.
Okay, there's questions. Looks like I'll start with Joe.
So, Kyle, so when does these plans come back to the board, and what then happens there? Is that, do we get to voice a vision of the alignment with the vision, or how does that work?
Beat us all to the same question.
So that would be how that inevitably would work. So we would develop the biannual plan, the annual plan. We would bring those back to you guys and say, here's what the agency, based on the work that we've got, the work that we see in front of us, and the work that we think we can get done, here's how that all lays out. And then, to your point, right, from this morning, give you guys an opportunity to say, okay, where does the other stuff that we think is important fit into that? When's the time that we could get to that conversation? And does that align with the direction that you guys think we ought to be going? And so I would envision, just to Joy's point about the FIOPS, right, having that conversation with the board.
Go ahead, Ben.
well, just following on Joe's question, I guess separately as well, I feel like what I heard from you is this is now the capital T, the work plan for ODF? Or is this sort of one more layer in an existing, I'm trying to figure out how, is this redundant? Is this additional to, or is this sort of the new way of working? And I guess I'll start with that, and I have some follow-ups to that.
So Ben, that's a great question. And yes, it would end up being the work plan. Because right now, we don't have a process or any sort of documentation in place to do that. It's happening in different places in different ways. It's not that nobody's planning and everyone's just acting. But this would bring it all together, standardize it, and give us the opportunity to have that, especially at the executive team level, that broad view of what's happening across the agency, and also a reporting structure that gives us those insights into, like, to Brenda's point earlier of, you know, I think it was Brenda's, of what other divisions are doing related to climate carbon plan. It'll be really nice to be able to have all of that in one place, not based on division, but based on our priority and goal areas out of Vision for Oregon's Forests.
Great, thank you. And just sort of that's super helpful, and it's exciting. It sounds great. And just sort of following up on that, and you sort of alluded to this, but there's a component, a budget component to this, and there's a sort of POP and LC component to this. And back to Joe's question of sort of involving the boards, the more you can loop the board into these conversations early, the better, so that we can, I like your schedule of starting at the end of the odd numbered years, giving us a long runway, or even whatever the year is, giving us a long runway to develop the work plan, the POPs, the LCs, the budgets, and I think I'm also hearing sort of as part of this a willingness to sort of step back and look holistically at how the agency operates and thinking, do we need to shift things around? So, yeah, please involve the board in this, and I'm liking what I'm hearing.
I would comment if this is the work plan, which is great. That's super. You know, the leadership component here is very important. Obviously, this is work that's not just delegated. I'm interested, Cal, how do you see your role?
One of the things that I've been trying to establish within the organization is more cross-functional, getting across the silos. And, you know, we get this stuff and we put it in column A, and we get something and put it in column B, and then column A doesn't know what column B is doing. And this is one of the goals I want to have. We got to step back, and I think you used the word more holistically. Say, the goal here is to implement the vision of the board. But how do we know, you know, we got to get all the parts together, and then we got to start saying, how do we create efficiencies so that we are working together in a single direction? And it's a challenge. I talked to Ryan Gordon about this, and he's a smart guy, and he didn't have a ready solution. I think with this board coming up with the vision gives us the impetus to start saying, let's get together, let's be more efficient, let's work across silos, let's see how we can make this most efficient to get it done. Because we're not going to get any more money. We're not going to get a lot. I mean, we talk about POPs and LCs. It's going to get tough for the next few biennia, I think. Maybe not, but and then I don't think adding more planners or more people is the solution. I think more focus is the solution going forward. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I'm just making the point, I think, that you're the top executive. Your voice really needs to be always there, always heard, always understood. You know, I don't think these groups will be able to function well if they're sitting around going, I wonder what Cal would think, you know?
Well, my answer to that was, let's go look at the vision, guys, you know, people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Jim? Yeah, Brenda.
A couple of questions. So it sounds like the vision document is done, and which was developed by the board and the staff, and I found it to be a really fun thing to do. Work, a lot of work, but fun. And now we're handing it over to you all, and you develop your work plans, 1 2-year work plans, and then you run it past us. The board doesn't have any responsibility for directing actions within, I mean, that's all Cal's responsibility, right, within the agency. But to the point that was raised earlier, what role do we have as you develop these plans? Any, or is it run it past us, check, looks good? So that's one question. What's the role of the board going forward? The other is the vision document was crafted to be a living document, one that changes over time. So how will that evolve? How will those changes over time evolve? So what's the role of the board, and what are we going to do going forward?
Because it is a living document, the vision, I think we need to have interaction on a regular basis on our planning, because we got to bounce it off the board and say, does that feel right? Does that look right? You know, are we interpreting correctly? And it is a random walk to some things. No, it's not that random, but it is a little bit of a random walk. We can't predict how things will change over time, but only through dialogue are we going to have that ability. And I think you've been working that into your thinking, so we'll try to do the best. What we're thinking now, by the time we form that work group, it may change a little bit too. So, anyway.
Brenda, it makes me chuckle to think that this board would ever just kind of go, oh yeah, it's all fine. Wow.
Thank you for this information. I'm curious in the timing, like when do you think there'll be a product that comes back to us for the first look at things? I mean, as I look ahead, it feels like a key moment will be a year from June, when the next budget comes in front of us, and that's a chance to do some prioritization. That is not for this near-term biennium, but for the next long session. Feels like that's a good anchor if we're going to take initiative. And obviously, we'd see something before then, but I'm curious what you're thinking in terms of timeline. Thank you.
So, Bob, I think not to get ahead of the work group, being able to empower them of, hey, what makes the most sense? But as I was kind of mapping this out, timing-wise, probably the first thing that the board will see would be during the April retreat, which would be, this is our planning process. Here are our products that go along with it. And then there would also be very much so the touch points for when we get into budget development, the POPs, the LCs, KPMs also fall in there. But the other component that we'd really like to see is a standard reporting cycle where we bring those plans and a wrap-up of our progress on each of those individual objectives and outcomes, and bring that to the board on a regular basis, and also having the executive team see it at least quarterly. So that way there's that transparency. It gives us the opportunity to make quick adjustments before things get too far down the wrong path, and also keeps the board aware. So, I mean, at a minimum, I would say probably going forward at each board retreat, there will likely be a topic related to our planning.
Yeah, that's helpful, and that April sounds like a good timeline, because you're going to need time to do work and build these things and vet them internally, but that feels like a good timing to have those surface. Thank you.
No problem. And Brenda, to your question about revision cycle, I believe we had talked about a 5 to 6 year review cycle to try to keep it as up to date as we can without it becoming super burdensome. And that would give us about 3 biennia.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. And I just I hope that that's somehow documented so that we don't lose sight of it, because some of us won't be here.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We need to figure out a way that that's well documented, and so as we all, as things go. Yeah, even though it wasn't, the schedule was never kept, there was clearly within the document, before, a schedule for revision. And maybe that needs to be added to the vision document or something, that everything have a cycle.
Absolutely.
Jim?
And I'm 5 or 6 years, as long as it's after I'm gone, I don't really care.
And me. So if I could, one more thing. So I'm looking at everybody on that end of the table, and the planning process you laid out sounds great. And I look at the workload that every one of you has right now, and then the planning process put on top of that. And so I'm admirable that you're going to do it, but I do hope that you take care of yourselves in the process, because it's going to be add on. It's not going to be taking away something, I suspect. So.
I was just going to express appreciation for that recognition. And I think one of the things that I hope we can achieve through, being able to really transparently lay out the work that the agency's doing is to be able to help folks understand very much what is the workload, what is the capacity that's left in the, the freeboard for the boat kind of thing, right? And I think that's really going to help in terms of even the conversations with the board. What do you guys want to achieve? What kind of timelines would we be able to have to achieve that? And then, to your point, recognize, maybe we're overloaded in a couple places, and it will take us longer than we want to. But at least we have it documented and mapped out for how long it's going to take us to get there. Instead of, it sounds important, I just don't know when we'll do it, right? So.
One of the things that rolls around in my head, and don't throw anything at me. I was just thinking, we have this planning process to make sure we get plans, but we're doing things right now. And I'm thinking, do we need to do a matrix of the goals of the vision plan with our departments? Somehow come up with where are we addressing those things, and what are we doing, so that we'll work on, this is just more work, I'll tell you.
We'll put you on the work group.
Okay, but I'm saying is, as we work on this thing, that we know how we're addressing the vision document right now. So that's just me thinking.
You were just added to 2 more committees, Cal. You were just added to 3 more committees.
I know.
Yeah.
It's also sounds good. It's all a little abstract for me still too, and so we'll see where that works out. I have this recollection. It's a lot of years ago, but that this retreat used to be like that. Like you would bring the work plans, and then we would talk about the degree to which that aligned with the board's vision, and you were able to communicate to us, here's the work that we have to do, and here's some room, we may have some capacity to do some other stuff, and we could prioritize. Does that comport with your understanding of what this October planning retreat should be, and does that fit into your cycle? I don't know.
So, Heath, that's a great point. And that's actually an item I forgot to mention as far as the board involvement points is, at least to the extent of my understanding, as much as I was involved with the previous work plans, it was kind of a staff product for the board. Here's all your important stuff we need you to do. Ideally, our work plans would help inform the board's own work plan of, hey, here's the overview of everything we're doing. We've got rulemaking, so the board's going to be involved. We have all of these various inputs or actions from the board. And that also gives the board the space to look at, does it have individual initiatives separate from what we're working on? And is there the capacity to pursue those? But giving the board more ownership of its work plan rather than just us saying, all right, informational item, decision item, done.
Yeah, well, I might only offer that I think development of that list and kind of the board's work plan in conjunction with yours would take some of the heat off of agenda development. That is to say, we would have some vision of what these agendas will look like moving forward, and I think it will help the politics around that.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else with burning questions or comments for this, so we will close out this part of our agenda and go to the last item, which is just wrap up and closing comments. This is where we give a chance to any reflections on, in this case, both days that you haven't had a chance to share and want to share at this point. Yeah.
I'll start. How much time do I have, Mr. Chair? When is it, 4 o'clock?
You're a bad person.
No, just kidding. I seriously, I really appreciate all the board members coming over to my part of the world. It's great. It's meaningful, I think, for staff. I wanted to thank Eleni for putting this together. I mean, golly, and all the staff here, I think, great job. I know, getting out of Salem's a lot more work for all of our staff to come out here. But a couple of takeaways I really had, from the tour yesterday. The importance of working lands and how important working lands are to the people out here living on them. And I hope you all feel or got much of the same messaging. The other thing that was just really, I guess I'd never really thought about this, reflecting on it, is how we've lost so many federal lands to fire, and they're not being reforested, and now it's shifting to private lands. The unintended consequences of what's happening is just interesting to me. I guess I'd never really thought of it in that way, and it's as a forester, that's certainly very troubling. But I thought Donna's presentation today and our work, which was fast, was really good. I really appreciated that. I think there were some kind of interesting things she lined out. I hope we continue that conversation in the future. Recording presentations. So that was an interesting, when she talked about potentially creating more space in the board meeting, Jim, by maybe presentations that could potentially be YouTube. I thought that was a kind of a unique idea. I'd never thought about that. I think we got to be careful with that. I think it's important for staff to have FaceTime with us. I don't want to, we shouldn't be throwing everything in that kind of, into that category, but I think that's something, those creative ideas, I think, are interesting, that we should continue to think about. And I would just hope that we continue the discussion, because I think it's an important one that Donna started there. So thank you all for coming to Pendleton.
Heath.
Just a quick comment. I wanted to thank, echo Joe's comments. I wanted to thank you, Jim, and Cal for making ODOJ available to us for the periods we had at this meeting. It's very helpful to me in crystallizing my thinking about, where this board sits in a variety of issues. And I wanted to double down on that some. There are other agencies, and I have been advocating for this at ODF for probably 15 years, that have ODOJ present at board meetings. And I think that it could really help. I find myself sometimes operating with kind of heuristics about what I think the law might be, and it's often helpful to have somebody there who's dealing with this agency and those issues regularly. I think Annika or Matt being at one of these meetings would be just a genuine resource, in that we would lean on them more than you might expect, and that it may not cost as much as you think it does. And if that requires making a pitch to the Oregon legislature for money to make that happen, I would be happy to help with that. I think it would be really worthwhile. So with all of that, I guess from the lawyer making a pitch for more lawyers, the
qualification. That was rather lawyerly. And would that pitch include funds? From you?
As a taxpayer of the state of Oregon, and certainly,
Can I respond to that? This has been on my list, is to see how we can get DOJ presence at our meetings. So I appreciate that, Heath. Okay.
Ben?
Ben Dornling for the record. I would echo some of Joe's comments and also just personally thank everybody for such a warm welcome out here in Pendleton in Northeast Oregon. It has been a pleasure and a joy for me as someone who knows the northwest corner of the state to see the northeast corner of the state and in a little bit get to know this place and how special it is and get to know some of the people who make this place tick and just to learn about and be reminded of the hard work, the passion, the dedication of the folks who deal with fire. And it was inspiring. It was truly inspiring to hear from these folks and just to see how much they care about the work they do. And it was inspiring on a mechanical level of they're doing important work, but it was also just inspiring on a personal level to just get to know just how important this work is to them, and it was great to see. So, yeah, and just a final thought of a thank you to my fellow board members and the work that we continue to do to try to make this space a safe space for us to ask hard questions. And I think all of us at times try to ask questions that aren't easy, that aren't popular, and I definitely try to ask those in ways that don't reflect back on me thinking that anybody has done anything wrong or that things have not been done right, but just as my role as a board member, thinking about ways to look forward, look to the future. Part of that involves asking questions that are uncomfortable and that raise topics that are challenging. And I, for the most part, feel like I have the space to do that in this group, and I appreciate that. And I appreciated Donna's work with us today, and I hope she can work with us some more to continue to help this board be as high functioning as possible so that we can address the challenging topics that we have in front of us. So I got a lot out of these 2 days. Thank you all.
Hey, Jim, can I say it? Okay. Jim, I was just going to say with Donna, my CFO wisely contracted with more money in the contract. Doesn't mean we have to spend it, but next week, Donna and I, and maybe you can join us, we're going to talk about the next steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. A few things. First, I want to say, Jim, that I appreciated your comments at the start of the meeting, and I hope I consider that whole episode behind us now. So, frankly, so I hope it, I just wanted to say that. So thank you for that. I appreciated Donna's participation today. I think there could be some fruits from that, and I'm glad to hear there's going to be follow-up with her. I do feel like I could have used maybe a little bit more unscripted time at the retreat this time to have more board member conversation. But I think Donna and making time for Donna is going to result in that anyway. So, anyway, I'm happy that. The last thing I wanted to say was I think I know we've had some discussion, or there's been some discussion, and we all want to be careful about things like serial communications and public meeting laws and public records. And for me, it might be helpful to have some more conversation, particularly at the level of like, here are best practices, or here's norms, here's some specific ways to implement these things to make sure that you're doing them right. That, like some, and there may be some of these already, like on the Ethics Commission site or something, some scenarios that describe, like, in this kind of situation, here's the kind of things that you should think about what are okay and not okay. Because I'm very keen to to draw within the lines there. So the last thing I'll just say is, thank you to the hosts here, and it's been good being over in Eastern Oregon, and interesting for me to see the country here, to hear about the work that's being done here, and I haven't done much more in Pendleton than stop for gas, so it's been great to walk around and visit some of the establishments here. So thank you.
Eleni, I think you were out of the room when we were singing your praises and doing a thank you for all your work and the others that have helped you out. So thank you very much. I just wanted to, let's say I wanted to recap. I mean, a couple of things that I heard that I think are things that we will do a little bit differently in the future. I heard loud and clear that all of you would like to have a more regular informal conversations with both Cal and myself. And so that's great to know that. I also thought it was really interesting in Donna's program just to watch us all around how we're different. Our brains work differently, how we focus and how we approach problems. And I think that particular exercise, it made it more clear. And of course, when I was talking about the diversity that I was talking about in groups being a piece of strength, and how we help each other, I think it's great that we have all of us that work somewhat differently all on this group together. So anyhow, go ahead. Yeah,
Okay, thanks. Echo so much of what y'all have already said, and I just think one of the takeaways from yesterday was just this ability of the men and women in fire just coming into situations in complete chaos and making calm. I mean, that's a skill that you learn and you build over time, but it's also one that is, comes out of such support. So that was one of my big takeaways, again, to be reminded of that of yesterday. And then yesterday evening, I forget the gentleman, our second speaker, who pulled the table up and said, I apologize, I have to read that. And I think that was one of the most moving, just sharing that I've heard in such a long time. So sincere, so heartfelt. And in his simple words, he really brought home how important it is for families in private lands. So that was wonderful. And then a thought today, as we completed, Joy talked about the vision, and Kyle, you talked about the vision, is that ODF is really unique because, all the boards, there's so many, and everyone's got to have a work plan. But do these other boards have these wildfire events, these flood events that unexpectedly and significantly disrupt your work? And I think what I heard yesterday is that at one point in the summer, in July or August, you cleared the office, Cal. And when you clear the office, work stops. And so how do you make that up? How do you stay on target? So it's your dual role in keeping these work plans. So I applaud you. It's a tough thing. And transitioning out to the season and then transitioning back right before the holidays. And you got to get people, please take your time. Please, and not worry about so much. And you know how to handle that, Cal. So that's just some thoughts from yesterday and today. Thank you so much.
I'll keep it quick so we can go home.
You're off. Here, you can have mine.
I'll just borrow yours. So keep it quick. More unscripted time, I agree. I thought Donna's suggestion of asynchronous learning is right in line with all that's going on at universities regarding online education. It's what students do all the time. There's no reason we can't do that too, and really save more time for unscripted discussion and less around presentations, although I certainly value the staff in front of us. I thought the DOJ sessions were interesting, but I was actually looking for more than I got. And so maybe we can have maybe we can have a DOJ person here. Thought the planning work that's described leaves me very hopeful. And I thought that Donna's session left me feeling hopeful that this board, which has some of us old members and some new members, is starting to come together into being a team rather than old members and new members. So I am hopeful in that regard.
Is it possible that none of us have anything more to say? Joseph, go to your room.